Salvation, on the edge of the gray. Sharn, city of towers. And the link between them? The King's Citadel. The ones who do the job no one else can do. Eberron, the shield. A star-forged Aegis who's lived a long time, who's seen peace and war, and will do whatever it takes to keep the first from falling into the second. Merime, the sword. A Kalashtar bard whose dreams prophesy uncertain ends, but the wisdom of whose counsel and love for her sister are unquestionable. Tantan, the brain. A dragon-marked human artificer whose jovial demeanor conceals deep curiosity and razor-sharp intellect, sharp enough to cut down the Citadel's enemies. Nisiana, the heart. A dragon-marked halfling healer whose love for her sister is matched only by her desire to help and heal the members of the Citadel, no matter the cost. Rowan Shallow, the wild card. For most of his life, he's played a dangerous game. When the chips are down, will he fold? Or go all in to save his friends? They found an artifact so powerful it could undo the fragile peace between nations, the Oracle of War, which gives anyone who owns it the knowledge they need to win any battle, and which, in speaking lines from the ancient draconic prophecy, could predict all of Eberron's future. They traveled to Sharn, city of towers, where experts like the Gynosphinx Flamewind began to unravel the Oracle's mysteries as the King's Citadel thwarted assassination attempts from the Emerald Claw, and the nation of Thrain tracked down the daring thief Sky Blue and defeated the salvage broker and claw operative Erulin Karnak. Apparently. But there can be no rest while the dogs of war howl. And despite the Citadel's best efforts, Thrain and Brayland have inched ever closer to all-out conflict, just as the Oracle predicted. Now the adventurers must return to Salvation, to find the secrets of the Oracle of War before it's too late. But how have things changed since they left? And will those who've sworn to die before they give up their freedom, the servants of the enigmatic Lord of Blades, threaten Salvation's uneasy peace? They've survived the Grey, saved Salvation, and navigated the intrigue and deception of Sharn. But can they stop a war? Only if they remember that in the end, all they have is each other and the King's Citadel. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Corvair. Welcome back to Salvation.
Lovely. As the music and video fades and we get ready for the final installment of Season 3 of Oracle of War, called Judgment of Iron. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, Arbonauts, to a Saturday night stream. It is day 43 of D&D with Infinity and Beyond, and this is Eberron Oracle of War, Judgment of Iron, Part 10 of 20. So we are halfway through Part 10 of 20 of the Oracle of War campaign. Also, you don't vote for kings? What's up, Div? How you doing? So yes, I'm very excited to have everyone here, and I hope you folks are looking forward to this session as much as I am. Before we go any further, just a couple of reminders about ways to support us here on the channel. If you haven't done so already, please follow the channel. That is always appreciated. If you haven't done so already, please check out and subscribe to our YouTube, where you can see past broadcasts of this and every other stream that we have on the channel. That's !ArvTube. Discord is !ArvCord, where you can hang out with the Arvanauts in between streams. Twitter and Blue Sky, !ArvTweets and !ArvSky, respectively, are the social media systems. I can't wait for one of those to win so that I can just go back to having one, because that's all I really want. But you can find out not only information about this campaign, but about other campaigns there and the like. So please follow over there. And of course, the website website for this is arvanelleron.com. Financially, exclamation point Arv Shop is my merchandise area where you can find right now Eberron Oracle of War swag. In fact, I am wearing it as we speak. In fact, several of us, as you will see on the crew, are wearing it tonight. So you can get some of this cool swag for yourself. That's exclamation point Arv Shop. It also supports the channel. Exclamation point Arv Treon is the Patreon, currently sitting at 15 members, $128 per month. That's really the financial backbone of the channel. You can get cool stuff for both yourself and the channel this way. And both that and subbing to the channel is always very much appreciated. And a quick reminder that less than a week from today is going to be our amazing and epic subathon. I am very excited for the subathon, the Arvathon 2023. That's our first ever subathon, and it's going to be starting noon Eastern this coming Friday. Please mark your calendars. We're going to be running for 12 hours on Friday and 12 hours on Saturday if we get enough support from the community to be able to do so. So lots of pledges, Patreon pledges and subs and stuff like that. And I will talk more about the details about how that's all going to work on Tuesday. I've already talked about them before, but I will reiterate those details coming up. So yeah, please mark your calendars for those. On the financial side, on the publishing side, exclamation point Icarus, my graphic novel from Athos Arts. Exclamation point Library is my Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library. That is my 5e adventure and sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment. And exclamation point Greyshade is my Greyshade IP. You can get both Greyshade and Renegade, the first two books of the Grey Assassin trilogy, and you can get the audiobook done by a certain Tren Sparks of Greyshade. All of that is available at that Greyshade link right now. You can also pre-order the final book of the Grey Assassin trilogy, Heretic, which I'm working on as we speak. And you can also pre-order the tabletop role-playing game of Greyshade being done by Brandon O'Brien, who is going to be demoing that literally next week. Literally next week is going to be demoing Greyshade at Big Bad Con. So I am very excited for that. It's going to be play testing it there. So you should definitely sign up for it if you're going to be at the Big Bad Con, and otherwise, if you're going to be at Big Bad Con, and otherwise, you should get your pre-order in now because it's going to be amazing. So I cannot wait for that. And as always, exclamation point BLM, Black Lives Matter, important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. Exclamation point Help Now, the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Important to reach out to others when you need help and reach out to others when they need help as well. And exclamation point Ukraine, UKRAINE, to help the people of Ukraine as they fight back against an illegal and illegitimate war with bravery and courage, and send the message that we will do so for others in the future as well. We've got Eberron coming up tonight. We'll be off tomorrow and Monday. We will be back Tuesday, starting on GOG.com's Twitch channel at noon Eastern with Pen and Pixels and more Celasta, Palace of Ice. Then at 4 p.m. Eastern, it is Shire Adventures and Most Excellent Fireworks. Should be the second and potentially final half of that section of that adventure. And then, as I say, off Wednesday, Thursday, and back on Friday for the subathon. So it's going to be really awesome, and I'm super excited for all of that. So please make sure that you keep your calendars marked and let people know and spread the word. But with that said, the time has come to introduce the amazing crew. So I'm going to unmute myself and apologize again unreservedly to anyone that I have interrupted because I couldn't hear them. And then I'm going to unmute them. And last but certainly not least, I'm going to head over to reveal the incredible crew that stands before you. Well, they sit before you, but you know what I'm saying. Right. It's good to see everybody, the Infinity and Beyond crew. And I will start with the person on the bottom left of the ziggurat. It is good to see Tren with the bear cap and recently having... What? It's good to see a bear cap. Quick side note, by the way. Side note, by the way, that I... Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, is it? I don't think I ever knew that. I always assumed for some reason... Of course, it would be a wolf, not a bear for you. I get that anyway. Yeah.
From the
Wolf Conservation Center.
Okay. New York.
Well... Yes, I apologize unreservedly to all wolves that I've offended, and furries, theoretically, as I should. How's life in the universe been with you, Tren? How are you doing? And who are you playing in our session tonight?
The last time we played, there was a point where I rapidly took off my headphones, set them down, and walked out of frame because my housemate was getting ready to drive to Oklahoma because his father was not doing well, and he wanted a chance to see him before he might not be able to again. And yesterday he informed me that he was going to be leaving around noon, which I figure was noon Oklahoma time, so 10 o'clock my time, 10 a.m. my time. And this morning he pings me and says, so update. And I'm like, oh no, what happened? He's like, got a bit of a flat tire outside of Amarillo. And I'm like, ugh. Ugh. And he's like, so I'm probably going to be here till about Tuesday. I'm like, Tuesday?
Oh God.
Did he say a bit of a flat?
A bit of a flat.
How about this is a big bit
All
of a
the
flat?
tires
Yeah, I
or
was going to
just
say
one?
like the biggest bit of the flat.
And, so he said he might be there till Tuesday. I figure that he's got very specific tires and they need to send one out there.
I
Or
see.
something. I don't know. All I know is that he's not going to arrive tonight. Because I thought that would be really, really cool if, when he leaves, I take off the thing and I get up and I hug him and I tell him to have a good trip. And now when we're playing again, he comes home and I take off. I was like, that would be perfect. But
You're like, it's been 7 consecutive days of
Right.
nothing or, whatever, 14 days. Yeah.
So, yeah.
I see.
Right. So, yeah, that's part of what's
Oh my
going
God.
on. John is still having trouble with cats, I believe. Yeah.
Oh, that the
Um,
kitty wants in. Damn
yeah.
it.
Priorities.
Priorities.
Anyway, I am playing a poor, helpless, fat, hairy dude named
Mia Tessin.
Yes, Mia Tenton Tagashaw of the House of Kenneth, which is the House of Making. He is a mark of making human. So he's got these dragon tattoos all over his arms and stuff that glow whenever he makes Arcanotech stuff. And his, just because you were asking, his armor class is 16, because we were discussing armor classes earlier.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
And who's, the squishiest and whatnot. And I think we're all pretty sure that it's Rowan. Anyway,
Is the
Rude.
squishiest. Well, and do you while we're on the subject, do you want to quickly mention what Tanton has gained since leveling to level 10?
yes, that's true. He can now make one more enchanted item.
Okay.
So he could make another spell revealing ring. He could make another bag of holding.
Mm-hmm.
He could make, he could enchant someone's armor so that it gives them +2 to their armor class. Ruin. Something maybe.
He could enchant armor to make it into a bag of holding, thus sucking the wearer into another plane. I mean, there's many things that could happen.
Well, that would be a
right?
bag of devouring, which he could make, but he would need
Armor of devouring.
He would have to basically, we would have to incapacitate a mimic, and then he would have to basically kind of make an arcane ice cream scoop to auger out its insides and put it in the bag. Never mind. It's not that he's given any thought to how to do that.
No, certainly not.
And he picked up a new cantrip.
What is the cantrip that he picked up? What's the new one?
Spare the dying.
Oh, nice. No, I don't see any. I can see no reason why that would have any impact for this group.
Not like we had our sorcerer on fire near us recently.
It was a little rough. Listen, after
And-
being frozen, okay, so
Yeah.
That's true.
It was good. It was well bookended.
And it's entirely possible that he may make a new steel defender, a new spanner, depending upon whether or not we are like flying over the gray in our stolen. It's not stolen.
I was gonna say stolen.
Flying castle. Well, it's
Unless
not
you have
stolen
plans you
yet.
didn't tell me about. You're like, when we last left our heroes, they had committed a heist of taking an entire flying fortress, and now every
I
nation.
mean, at this point, it probably wouldn't be hard. I'm not gonna lie.
Right. It is in a little bit of shambles. It's not really
Just a trifle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's kind of what he's doing. He's planning the theft of. Possibly building a new thing and putting armor plating all over the inside of what's his name, Hilar Brasal's house, so that no one can get inside.
Yes,
ever.
although as was discussed, that may not be a consideration depending on what happens. Well, we'll talk about that with the Oracle.
All I got to do is learn the spell enlarge shrink, and then I can just shrink the Oracle of War and put it into a bag of holding, and the whole thing stops being an issue.
Should be totally no. I imagine it would work just exactly perfectly too. There'd be no magic
Thank you.
resistance
See?
at all on that.
You heard him.
No magic
He
resistance at
just
all.
said-
I just said I imagine.
Yeah, imagine.
that, and
You
You
forgot that
are
word.
God.
Imagine all all the
What
anyway.
you imagine is.
It is a great pleasure to have Trent with us as
mean,
always, and
I
it
can
is-
imagine quite a lot.
I
That's
can.
the problem.
This is exactly thanks to the Han Solo line. I don't know. I can imagine quite a bit. It is always a pleasure to have Trent with us, and it's also a pleasure to have, of course, Marie Bilodeau with us. Marie, I hope you were doing okay. I hope you're hanging in there all right. I saw we had a very brief catio, as it were, for
Yes.
about 3 seconds. But how are you doing? How's life going along for you? And who are you playing tonight?
I am good. That's with little Oreo. He has a what would they call it? It's basically IBD for the bladder, apparently, which is very exciting.
No.
But so he's not feeling very well. So we've been very, very cuddly. So there might be hugs. Now he's just sitting on my desk right here, but he's comfy. But I'm good. Today I have a bit of a cold, so I might like sneeze in your faces or cough on you virtually. But while I was sick and Carrie was bringing me some lovely homemade biscuits and turkey soup so that I could heal, so that I could play tonight. She also made a plum crisp and autumn glory jam, and she made this apple juice that she's going to turn into apple jelly. It just happened in my kitchen while I was sleeping.
Do you individually sustain the baking industry of much of Eastern Canada? Like, does that happen just through the consequence of? I mean, it's amazing. I just like because it's not just like the same thing. It's not just like I got a croissant and today I also got a croissant. It's like 60 million different kinds of baked goods. Like,
No, well, the good thing that happened is that Carrie's mom got Carrie a new Mary Berry cookbook.
Oh, okay.
Yes, so we're she's still working her way through that. But yes, she does now. I had to go on a flour run this week, and now when the butter falls on sale, I am told that I need to buy ridiculous quantities of it until people look side-eye you at the checkout because you've got like 20 butters.
Seems about right.
Yeah, no, so it's good. Yeah, no, we are pretty much. It's
Butter
Carrie's
freezes
hobby.
very well.
It does. That's what we do. We've had the last time I bought it was in February, and now we're running low again before like main baking season.
Have you applied for your license as like a dominatrix? Because you keep torturing us with these reports of these things that are being made for you, and it just seems very cruel.
I know. Plus, I charge you monthly. I don't know if you've noticed the subscription
That's
coming
what
off
that
your credit
is.
card.
It's all in French. I had no idea what it was.
It's called
Okay.
Marie Biladom.
There's your website.
I'm glad I can help. And I am playing Mérimée Hawksmoor. So I am a Kalishtar College of Swords bard, which is a lot of fun because you get to sing, you get to stab people. I'm having a lot of fun hanging out with my friends and with my sister who almost got killed last time, but we're all still here. Go us go. So and this level, this is very exciting, Greg.
Yes, I'm excited to hear.
There was some like suggestion I should send you the spells to make sure you approve of them, but so far you've approved everything that's like either Player's Handbook or Xanathar's Guide. So
Right.
I feel very powerful in my decisions.
Okay.
So so
Prepares
first,
to slide back for Xanathar's because I feel it coming. I can
It's
feel
coming.
it coming. I feel it coming. All right. What is it?
It's the
So-
Xanathar's tonight. Yes, exactly.
It's Xanathar's tonight.
Oh,
Oh Lord.
stop.
Oh Lord. Yeah.
So first of all, my inspiration die goes up to a D10
Yeah.
for the Bardic Inspiration, which is very exciting.
Yeah.
I also
Yes.
get 2 new specialties. So I have chosen Survival and Perception
Okay.
as my new as things and my new spells. Now
Here we
this
go,
is the-
chat. This is the drum roll in the song. Do do do
Deep
do
breath.
do do. Like
Deep
get ready for
breath.
it.
Deep breath.
Destroy Oracle of War.
Right, exactly. And defeat all Warforged,
Auto
like
win games.
except
Yeah.
ours. Like yeah, right.
How did you know? Who told you? So I have 2 of them because it's Magical Secrets time. So I get to pick from any class. Any
Okay.
How could
Okay.
that possibly go wrong?
Right?
Excited about-
Purposely, strictly, furiously.
So I was excited to discover Steel Wind Strike from Xanathar's Guide. Are you familiar with it, Greg? Would you
No,
like
but
me
I
to
bet I'm
explain?
about to be.
Oh.
Yes, you are.
So this is 1 action, a range of 30 feet, and basically I flourish my weapon, and I then I vanish and strike like the wind. So then I choose up to 5 creatures, count them, and I can see within range, and I make a melee spell attack against each target. On a hit, a target takes 6d10 force damage. And then, super fun, you can then teleport to an unoccupied space you can see within 5 feet of one of the targets you hit or missed. Isn't that exciting? Don't you like it?
That is exciting. So 60-10 and there's no save, right? They just show up. Is that?
Because
Is
it's
that...
an
Yeah,
attack.
as long as
Yeah.
I make my attack, as long as I succeed my attack roll.
Basically, she goes full anime. Let's call it what it
basically.
is. Yeah.
It's over 9,000. What
Mhm.
level? What level of spell is this? What level
It's
is-
5th.
Fifth
It's
level.
5th level.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
I've taken 2 5th
Look,
level.
fifth
Yeah,
level spells are supposed to be powerful. Like I'm okay with that.
yeah. Yeah, and I've kind of done myself, like I'm putting a lot of power in right now, but I can't use all of my spells. Like I can't use all my higher level spells because I don't have the spell slot. So I'm
Right.
making a choice because it's magical secrets. So I got to take the cool shit. Now the second one, I think you're gonna be even more excited because I was really thrilled to learn that as a level 10 board, I could actually access a level 17 paladin spell. Isn't that exciting? It's in the player's guide. Feel free to reference it. But this one
He reaches for the book.
he's going for it. This one is called Destructive Wave.
I love this one.
It comes from me and it's a 30-foot radius. Now, this is very exciting. You're going to love it. So I strike the ground, creating a burst of divine energy that ripples outward from me. Each creature I choose, me, within 30 feet of you must succeed on a constitution saving throw or take, you're going to like this, 5d6 thunder damage, as well as, your favorite part, 5d6 radiant or necrotic damage. And it's my choice, which is really nice. And you can be knocked prone as well. If you succeed your saving throw, which you won't, you can take half as much damage and you're not knocked prone. Do you like these?
I see. So and what I'm looking for is I can use a level 17 spell at level 10.
Yeah.
Well,
Here, I can send
it's
you
for a level 17 paladin. It's not
Yeah.
a level 7.
Oh, right. No,
It can only go
right.
up
That's
to
fair.
9.
That's
Yeah.
fair enough.
Yeah, no,
fair
it's a level 17 for paladins, but level 10 for a bard at Magical Secrets.
This is okay. I believe you. Just give me 1 second.
Yeah, and I can send you the and that's why it took me so long to select which destructive things I was going to take.
Right.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, you have and by the way, the thing that Marie's leaving out here is what it actually says, which I remember finding funny when I first read through this a while ago, is by 10th level, you have plundered magical knowledge from a wide spectrum of disciplines, to be clear. The spell you choose must be of a level you can cast as shown in the bard table or a cantrip. You learn, so now when you say a spell you choose must be of a level you can cast as shown in the bard table.
Yeah, so I can cast level 5 spells, no problem.
Okay, so in other words, it's
Yeah.
a level 5 paladin spell is what you're saying.
Yeah, they can access it. Yeah, it's not level 17. They can access it at level 17. I can access it at level 10 because it's a level 5.
Right.
spell,
Okay.
But it
okay.
sounded cooler the way I said it.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, that's definitely right. Yep, that's fine. That's no problem.
Are you? And it was in character too, because it was like Mirimi thinks that like if we could have just taken out more bad guys quicker, we would have been able to maybe
Right.
save Sky. Would have been. So it's like for her, it's like I want to do massive amounts of damage like Rowan. I want to have some, except maybe more targeted, have massive amounts of damage, and that's why the Steel Wind Strike was really fun, because it is very much a melee spell at the same time, and Destructive Wave is just destructive. It's in my blood.
Yeah. It's just a destructive wave. I like to think that when you cast destructive wave, you do this, and then you literally are like wave at people as they're destroyed. I like the idea.
Yeah.
That
I have this vision. It's just a voice spell, but I have this vision of her like turning her rapier and just like slamming it into the ground and boom, like anime style. We're
and
going
saying
full-on
"You shall
anime.
not pass." Yeah, that's what I
Yes!
want to say.
Or I have the power or something.
I have the power.
We'll feel it out.
That's fine. That's good stuff. I just want to make sure that we need something like any kind of like He-Man theme or anything that involves the idea of somehow summoning power. This is fine. This is totally fine.
Thank
Said the
you.
guy sitting in the flaming room. It's fine.
Thank you. I told him that you'd be thrilled.
I am fine with this. It is narratively appropriate, and it makes sense as you are level 10, and it's appropriate given the things you're going to be facing at level 10. Not that you had any issues where you were a little worried about your party in the last session, for example, at level 9. So I'm sure there will be no issues going forward. I can imagine that there may or may not be. Anyway, that sounds awesome.
They
I'm very
attack
excited.
3 times each.
There's no trust.
But it is. I'm very excited to see how this all works out with Merime, and it's a pleasure to have Marie with us as always. Moving right along, the person who's been mentioned now on multiple occasions, or whose character has been mentioned on multiple occasions. So Brandon, Rowan is on everybody's mind. People want to make sure that Rowan is okay, and I think that's just because of their love and respect for you, and also their love and respect for not losing their sorcerer, who's been frozen and burned and shot by arrows by Warforged, and many other things over our last few sessions. So first I want to ask how you're doing, and I do, since I'm talking to Brandon, want to send a shout out to our mutual friend and co-host of Speculate, Mike, who, as we speak, is hanging out at the New Jersey Web Fest, where Valorword, which of course Marie was part of for a while, is up for multiple awards, and the screener was received, allegedly, we have heard through the grapevine, very positively, not a little positively, very positively. So we have our fingers crossed that during our award ceremony, the award ceremony tomorrow, that we will get a bunch of those awards we'll actually win. It's an honor to be nominated and all that, of course, but we would love it if we could actually take that a step further. So best shout outs and thoughts to Mike down there, who is holding down the fort in Jersey. And with that said, Brandon, it is good to see you. How are you doing? How are you feeling about everyone wanting to save your character? And how and who are you playing tonight? And also, last part of that multi-part question, also, what is Rowan's cool new stuff now that we've reached level 10?
So again, I would like to join you in shouting out Mike. I'm very glad that Valorword is allegedly very well received.
Yeah.
I am very excited for people to continue watching the thing. I think that it's really cool to be in spaces like the New Jersey Web Fest, where the only media that anyone gets to consume is just more actual play. So that's more eyes on our work for sure, and I'm very glad that Mike gets to represent us over there. As for here and now, I am very glad that Rowan Shallow is on everybody's mind, because it means that Rowan Shallow is not on a headstone, which is always good.
I can fix that.
I am, in fact, I'm pretty. So, like, I thought 12 AC was actually pretty nice and decent and middle of the road. I'm pretty sure I'm the squishiest person here. Nice, cool, yay. Please help me, please. I mean, I also like narratively playing a glass cannon. I think Rowan is the kind of person who is like, yeah, you know what? Things are already getting hostile, and I've died before, so let's just empty the clip of this handgun before I go down. Of course, that hasn't happened yet either, but I'm getting to the point where that happens, where at least all of my bullets are done before I die. But yeah, I forgot that we were actually supposed to reach level 10 at this point, so I'm now putting spells into my thing. While you were playing the intro, I literally asked everybody, so since the last two fights that we've been in, I've set you all on fire in order to get one or two other enemies nearby. Do you think maybe I should get careful spell? Everybody said yes immediately. They did not hesitate.
Did they even let you finish the word? Can I get care? Yes. Like.
So that's the new meta magic that I have right now. And also in the process of doing so, that's when I discovered I actually did not have my full complement of spells.
Oh, really?
I'm supposed to have had 11 at this point, and I only wrote down 6.
Oh.
So I'm getting synaptic static and vitriolic sphere right now.
Synaptic
I still
static,
have to get
buddy!
one more. Yes, which is gonna nuke everybody's brain.
You see in the distance a distant synaptic static, like just wipe out everyone in a 5-mile radius.
Mind you, it's still very noteworthy that the 2 new spells that I've added to the list are both point target attacks that have a very large radii. So I'm still going to catch all of you in some crossfire every once in a while, but at least now with careful spell, I can have you take half of that damage.
Yep, I love it. I love everything
Nice.
about that. So you've got those so you've got those spells. Any other? Also, thank you so much, Polar, for the 37 months of support and 19 months in a row. Thanks, Polar. It's good to see you, man. I hope you're doing well. So what about any additional ability level stuff besides just spells that Rowan may now possess?
As far as sometimes I miss these things because again, I forgot that this was happening up until now. But I'm pretty sure I just gain another meta magic, one more cantrip. Which my cantrip, which I will mention, in fact, is I was just looking at the thing. Show me right. So I've gotten rid of one of the cantrips that I had before that I care about so little that I cannot even remember what it was when I deleted it. But now I have Shocking Grasp and Firebolt.
I could see that. Ooh, that's a good one, Proxima. Roaster of Allies, first of his name. Now that's where it's at, Proxima.
So the only thing that I need to figure out now is because I need to add one more spell, and I'm pretty sure Dominant Person is useless against Warforged. So it's not gonna be that, but when I find out what that last spell is, I will let you know.
Sounds like a plan. I am excited to hear how Rowan gets stuff going on today. And also, of course, quick note again, I mentioned this before, but Brandon is going to be at Big Bad Con and is going to be playtesting Greyshade. So you should, and also is going to be playtesting Hero Revolution. Okay, that's what I thought. Is going to be playtesting Hero Revolution as well. But you should. There's not a lot of spots left, but there may be a spot or two, maybe. If
you are going to be at Big Bad Con, or you know someone who will be at Big Bad Con, Hero Revolution is full. I'm very sorry, but ask me questions about it whenever you're there. But there are still 4 spaces at the table for the Greyshade game. Someone please do the thing. I do not want to have to cancel the thing. I have been preparing for this 4 weeks. I want to actually play the thing. Please let your friends know that there's this cool dark fantasy RPG based on the cool writing by this cool guy named Greg that they could get to experience essentially for free. Because I want people to see the thing, all the cool stuff that we did for the game. Please?
Yeah. So, yes, definitely sign up for that. That would be really good and important. So, always a pleasure to have Brandon with us. I'm excited to hear what happens with Rowan today. And that moves us on to, of course, Jennifer Brozek, who is here with us. Good to see you, Jen. I hope you are doing well. How is life in the universe with you? And who are you playing, and what awesome new things have Nisiana? Heal the World is my new spell that heals all of Eberron for... please let us know what awesome things have happened at level 10 for Nisiana and how you're doing as well.
First to tell Brandon, I happen to used to game with Sean Nittner, who runs Big Bad Con. I will drop him in an email to just kind of push him in that direction. Let's see. Life, the universe, and everything is moving. There are contracts coming my way, but they're still in various negotiation things. The negotiation's done, just the terminology needs to get done. I released a new book called The Many Deaths of Jennifer Brozek.
Yep, congratulations.
Thank you. And the play there is, an author can live 1,000 lives through her work. She can also die 1,000 deaths. Also, the whole thing about I only kill people I like, so I had to give myself some self-love. Let's see. There is a new person following Istos. She and I are collaborating on something very, very cool. I can't tell you about it.
Oh, nice.
She's dropped a follow, so everyone, be nice. I mean, you're always nice, but be extra nice to Istos because she and I are working on something very, very cool. I can't tell you about it yet, but I can say that it's happening.
Okay.
Let's see what I am playing. Nisiana Di Jarasco. She is a halfling healer of the House of Healing, and when she is dragon marked, and when she heals, she is so subtly surrounded by about 10 feet of swirling dragons because she is a cleric of Eberron, and she is so she is putting a giant target, because I looked it up again. Yeah, dragon marks, every single time you use them, lasts for at least 10 minutes. And I'm like, oh, no wonder they keep shooting me. But
yep.
be that as it may, I have some very cool spells. So Trent helps me with my updating, and Roll20 was yelling at me that I did not have enough spells on my spell list, and I'm like, fine, I will. Oh, hey, look, I have some really cool stuff. Now, the really cool thing that I just got from being a life cleric is this. It's called
Obliterate bad guy. Any bad guy has 7 million damage.
Divine
I think just
Intervention.
obliterate enemy army is enough. I think we're fine with that.
Yeah,
It's all good.
Depends
It's all
on
good.
what
Exaggerate.
divine inter-
You know,
I
we're not
actually
going
can-
crazy here, Arm.
Yeah, no, it's reasonable.
I can contact Eberron.
Yep.
And ask him to assist me.
Yep.
And if it actually works, but right now it's only a 10% chance, I can't talk to him again directly for 7 days. But in the meantime, I can try like every long rest for some help. But other spells that you might be seeing me pull out include Guardian of Faith. I have a spiritual guardian
Yep.
who will, if for some reason I get separated from my sister or Alarian, I can pull this, what is it, 4th level spell out to assist me, assuming I've memorized it, and I might, considering we're about to go to war. What's another one?
I'm familiar with both of those spells, by the way. I actually, in Solasta, which is 5e based, used Divine Intervention successfully once towards the end of the last campaign, and it was very exciting, and and like happened once because there's a very low percentage chance.
Well, it is, and we had a cleric in one of my other tabletop games use it, and it went off.
Yeah.
Like I've never seen it go off before, and we were so excited. The host's mother thought it was like Crystal has won D&D. She doesn't really understand, but she's like, okay, so Crystal won D&D, and we're like, yeah, basically.
Yeah, victory for D&D. It's been a long, strange road.
Yeah. Like I also have things like divination, which I will be using because the gray is a pain in the ass.
Yes.
I have protection from energy, banishment. I don't know banishment work. I can locate creature. When I have this lovely thing called flame strike.
Ah, yes.
Yes, but that means Nisiana, our healer, has to go, do I specifically want to kill something today? That is a moral choice that I have to make. And I don't know if she will, but it's a thing. So I have a lot more spells. I will be rolling for my hit points as always, because I'm a masochist.
Give me a second on the hit points. I'm going to come back with one quick sweep for everybody for that. But that sounds awesome. So Nisiana is going to be even more powerful as a healer than before. But again, that's a good thing.
I can raise dead, by the way. I mean, as long as you've been
and by the
dead
way,
for,
yeah,
less than 10 days, and your spirit is willing, and your head's not chopped off.
Right.
So I suspect I could sew it back on and then bring them back.
Sounds like a plan. I imagine it'll work really well in the gray. Raise dead, and they're like, sure, all the dead raise, and come up.
No, it does not work on the undead.
In normal space. No, I hear you. So it'll be fun. And all of this will be useful stuff. And I have zero objection to any of this, that we have moved into the higher level campaign tier of this. So I totally get it. Yeah, exactly. Nisiana will heal so much the counter overflows and goes negative and kills the target. Like, too much healing. Like,
no, there's no such thing as too much healing.
Yeah.
I mean, she will even heal enemies if she thinks they can be saved.
That's true.
Remember, all things serve Eberron, whether they know it or not. You don't have to believe in Eberron for Eberron to believe in you.
I like it. That is a good line.
Oh, sorry.
I want that on a bumper sticker that'll go on the back of the bag. Always
change it to Cthulhu.
Always a pleasure to have Jen with us. And last but certainly not least, of course, it is a pleasure to have John with us as well. John, I hope that Light and Passion. John, I hope that all's going well with you. How is life in the universe with you? And who are you playing? And how many extra shields have they now been given to assemble around all parts of your Starforge?
It is the ultimate shield. motif. So yes, everyone is completely shielded 24/7.
All the time. Their AC is always 50. Yeah, right.
Yes. Oh, 50? No. 75.
75, yes.
We're going full Final Fantasy on this. Don't even worry about it. Yeah. The anime Merame there, for gosh sakes. Jeez. Anyways, it's good to be here, folks. Always happy to be back for another sesh of Divinity and Beyond. Yes, I am playing Valerian, the stalwart Starforged Aegis, who, yes, acquitted themselves quite well in the battle and didn't go down. Rowan is my meat shield now, apparently. And I'm happy with that. Look, if he wants to do that kind of stuff and draw the attention, have at it. So, yes, level 10. I didn't get a ton, although I did get another Aegis, a soul die. So now I have 5d8. That's pretty good. That's pretty helpful.
Okay.
And then I have this nifty little thing called Spiked Aegis. And I'm already talking about, actually, I'm going to commission Hannah to work up a level 10 version of Valerian, because one of the things that they are doing, along with Tanton, is scavenging enough armor to make me to upgrade to plate, because I'm sure it's lying around the town. You are able to protect yourself by creating multiple spikes of spirit energy on the outside of your armor. Starting at level 10, you may spend a bonus action to cover yourself in said spikes, which lasts until the end of your next turn. Enemies that strike you with a melee attack take force damage equal to d4 plus your wisdom modifier. At level 18, the damage of these spikes increases to 2d4 plus your wisdom modifier. So 3d6 points every time someone hits me with a melee attack. And I have this up.
That's pretty good. Did you say 1d4 plus your wisdom modifier?
Yes.
Because you then went on to say 3d6 every time they hit you.
I'm saying 3 points of damage to 6
okay. I thought you said 3d6. I'm like, what the hell is your wisdom modifier?
I wish.
My modifier is like 35.
Is 27.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Yeah.
3 to 6 points of damage every time is good stuff.
Yes. Yes. Not too bad.
Yes.
Not too bad.
Very good stuff. Well, that allows me.
Wisdom. Yeah, not too bad.
That allows me then to start with you, and I'll work backwards quickly just for hit points here. So your Aegis for Alarian is 30. I mean, that goes up too, right? So your
yes. So I'm taking the average, which for me is 9 points. That puts my hit points at 87.
Boo, coward. Boo. Okay.
After 3 ones, forget about it.
Okay.
Forget it. And then that makes my Aegis goes to 43.
43. Okay. And you also have, to begin today, a single hero point, as we have got to the next stage.
And also tired of burning those to try to get better rolls and failing. So yeah, I'm going to keep the hero point. Thank you.
One here. Soul Porcupine engaged. Exactly, Proxima. Yes.
Oh, I can't wait.
I love it. Okay. 87 out of 87 hit points, 43 out of 43. Lovely. Okay. Let's move back to Nisiana. So Jen, let's take a look at what not a coward Jen is going to roll now. To demonstrate the quality of the healing from Nisiana's
so I get 1d8 plus 2, which is its toughness, plus 2 for constitution.
So 1d8 plus 4. All right.
9.
So 9. See, there we go.
That puts me to 90.
That puts you. Yep. So 90 out of 90 points, thereby putting you 3 points ahead of your tank. Except that he's also got 43. They also have 43 points of Aegis.
Yes,
so
thank you. Let's not forget that.
It's not very.
He also has a much, 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 much higher AC than me.
Yes. No, that's 100%.
I'm happy to loan out as needed.
It's
augment his AC as I can.
And Nisiana also has the 1 hero point, although I didn't actually use it last time, so would have had it anyway. But regardless, is up to 1 hero point. Okay, Rowan. I don't know. I'm sure hit points are not an issue for you. You have not been in any real physical danger in this campaign. But let's just say you wanted to heal yourself.
Help me! I'm dying.
I have. I keep helping you.
Okay.
Sorry.
Right in the middle.
That was me, by the way, just testing to see what I would have
done. I thought that was you rolling.
No, it's not.
So then I should ask. So what are you going to roll or take the average? Will you take the path of the brave or the path of the coward? That is the question.
Path of the smart player, I think is what it really is.
When setting up on Roll20, I took the average.
Okay. So
my total right now is 58.
58. Okay.
Oh wow! And I used to think I was the squishy one.
58 with 1 hero point. Yeah, reminder that we are all back up to full with everything, by the way. So 58 out of 58. Okay, excellent. Maramay was sitting at 111 out of 111. But let's see. Will Maramay choose to flourish bravely down the path of rolling, or strategically, tactically, and one might say coweringly, hidingly decide
You know
to take
what?
the average?
You stop picking on my tank. Stop it.
Yeah.
I can't pick on your tank. Your tank has, armored up all the time.
No. No. You stop picking on Ilarion. Stop being
Okay.
me.
Yeah, and also on me.
Oh, right off the armor. It just does a
Yeah.
ping,
Exactly.
not even there.
Exactly.
It's not a sign of disrespect, Greg, when I ignore your brandished
That's fine.
insults
Fine.
and continue on the path that has led me to 111 HPs to begin with,
Right.
which
Stand
is
strong.
not to roll.
Right.
That's true. I mean, the people who are taking the average really did roll a whole bunch of ones at the beginning.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
rolled
111,
and then I took
111, 111, multiple ones. All right.
So
So what's the average? What does it work out
So
to?
it's so I get a D8, so it's 5 plus 2 for my constitution plus 2 for toughness, so 9.
Okay, so
I'm up to
120.
Isn't that a nice number?
It's a
too,
nice
don't you
round
think?
number. I think it's a
Thank
good
you.
place to stay just for the whole rest of the 120 out of
Yeah,
120
okay, I'll
with a
never go
single hero
lower,
point.
never go higher. It's all good.
No,
We can
it's
work
a
it.
ceiling. No.
Lock that in. Lock that in. Exactly.
Yeah, Div points out just because our tank keeps hiding behind Rowan. Exactly.
No,
Exactly.
just because Rowan does shit to himself
Exactly. Rowan goes and rushes out in the middle of the field.
and sets off fireballs in proximity of himself.
I was a block of ice at the time.
I mean, I'm not saying that there wasn't a certain logic to it, but
And you did geek the mage, so it
Yeah.
actually worked
Yeah.
out for everyone.
Took out
and
the
you just
mage who had made
got
you
to be
into
a
an
bit
ice
of a
cube.
crispy
so-
critter.
Yeah,
Yeah, no, exactly.
I did that totally on purpose
You're-
through my own solid planning.
You're a misunderstood artist, Rowan.
I know, really. Last
The
but
quote
certainly
is,
not
I
least.
meant to do that. Yeah.
Last but certainly exactly. Rowan Shallow.
Right.
See, there we go. So 8 plus. So you get a total of 8 more. Trent, is that what I read, or 8 plus?
8. No, 8.
The 8 plus
Okay,
2.
8 total. Okay, very good. So we're looking
Very
at
brave.
68 now, I believe.
Almost so nice.
60. Yes, exactly. -1 nice, but still 68 out of 68. Everyone has their single hero point. And yes.
Once
And
he's rebuilt and
Yes.
remade, he will be at 57.
Spanner will be at 57.
Ooh.
57.
Yeah, I'd like to get Spinner back. Spinner 2.0 up and running would be good. That would be a good thing.
you know, I have
Also-
looked at object. I could actually find out where he is.
If he's within 1,000 feet.
Oh, never mind. I think we passed that.
Also,
Okay.
to answer the
Yeah, sure, go
question
ahead.
of my final spell, Bigby's Hand.
Is it?
Oh, nice.
So we're gonna get the crushing hand, the grasping hand, yeah, interposing hand.
The finger. I like Bisbee's finger.
Yes. Bigby's
Makes
accusing
enemies
finger.
fly into uncontrollable rage. Yeah, exactly.
How could you? Yes. All right. Good stuff. So the party is together. The King's Citadel is powerful. I think we all realize this. Just before we get started, and then I will give the recap, just a couple of quick legacy notes here. I want everyone to double check. Do we have Beard Braid for a legacy event? Somewhere
I believe
marked.
We do. Oh, it's
Yes,
marked,
I have it marked. Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Do we have Captured, the legacy event of Captured?
The last legacy. Okay, the last legacies event we have our Skyfall and Your Face is Known.
Yeah, I don't think we have capture.
I
That's
do
good,
not
because
have
if you had been
captured,
captured,
yeah.
it means you would have been captured by the Lord of Blades followers last session.
Yeah,
so
we
that
do
didn't
not
happen.
have
How is that a legacy event? That sounds like a legacy.
It would have changed very much the way this session went. And then the last one is Not This Time Death.
Yes.
Yes, we do.
Yeah.
All right.
And
so
it says, "Who knows what the implications will be?" That is what you said,
that's
that-
exactly right. That is exactly right. Okay.
For
So
once, I take notes.
So let us fire up some music. We will talk about the recap, and then we will get rolling, and I will notify the players that you will have an opportunity just before leaving Salvation. You will have an opportunity to trade for items. So you'll be able to pick up other things that you might need.
Yes.
Based
Not
upon...
at all excited about that.
Yeah. Just saying you'll be able to do that as well. All right, let's fire up some music and talk about what happened in the last session, which was a doozy, chat. There was a lot that went on here. In our last session, the party, the King's Citadel, was fighting for, once again, the second time, to save Salvation. This time, though, it was doing so not against a group of assassins trying to find the mysterious Oracle of War, but against a group of Warforged, really a small army of Warforged that was apparently determined to not only head into Salvation and kidnap and take a bunch of prisoners and raze the town to the ground, but also perhaps eliminate any real resistance that they found there. But thanks to the King's Citadel quick thinking and their planning, whether it was the traps being set, the trainings being done, or the curing of strange mysterious diseases on overwrought and incompetent generals, the party's work did manage to have a positive effect on the battle. In multiple occasions, there would have been a faster reinforcement of waves of attackers had the party's work not done what it was supposed to do, but the characters did manage to accomplish what was needed to hold them back. Nonetheless, it was a very near thing, as has been discussed. Rowan was both frozen and then on fire. Multiple people were hit, damaged severely, and so on. There was lots and lots of stuff that happened, and in fact, some members of the town didn't make it either, including the Sheriff Wist, and we know also that Mama Johanna is gone. We also know that in addition to that, apparently Zodar Tarev may also have figured out a way to keep track of Mama Johanna, although we don't know yet the details of that, and we will of Mother Johanna, so we'll have to see how that all applies. But those of people have been lost, and of course, most notably, as has been stated, Sky Blue, the one who is tied in somehow to the draconic prophecy laid out by the Oracle of War, has been taken, and obviously that was not unintentional. It was obviously an intentional kidnapping. So several prisoners were taken. So even though the party did manage to fight back and defeat the invasion, it did so again at a cost. And the Argonth, the floating fortress, which did some damage, it must be said, to the invading armies, but the floating fortress itself was further damaged. Nonetheless, the command came through from Brayland itself, from the King of Brayland, that the fight had to be taken. Hey, what's up, Burf? The fight had to be taken to the Lord of Blades directly, that they could not just simply wait around for the Lord of Blades to attack again and then pour into the nation of Brayland essentially unhindered. And so the request was made to have the members of the King's Citadel go with the Argonth as it literally floats into the gray to find the Lord of Blades' secret fortress. The idea of the King's Citadel is going to be to act as an advanced scout team. They will go with the fortress into the center of the gray at a certain point when they get close, within a couple of days anyway, to where the assumed location of the fortress was, based on intelligence gathered by Big Bara and others. Then the party will disembark, and they will then go on foot, trying to lock down the location of the actual fortress, the exact location, and then report that back to the Argonth. Certainly in no way can going through the gray while also trying to avoid being ambushed by hundreds of angry Warforged go wrong for the party. I can't imagine why that would be difficult at all. But the party, after some discussion, with one exception, which we'll talk about, ended up agreeing to this plan and decided to go along with it. The only sort of separate complication here is that the Oracle of War, of course, which has been central to this entire campaign, hence the title, the Oracle of War may also be the only way that the proper military strategy can be developed to defeat the Lord of Blades when he and the rest of his army is found. And leaving the Oracle of War in the town of Salvation when Salvation has already been badly damaged by this last attack, and the party and the King's Citadel is leaving it, seems like not the best idea in the world. And so again, with one notable exception, which we'll talk about in a moment, the party agreed that it probably made sense to take the Oracle of War on board the fortress where they can keep an eye on it and also use it when it is needed to be able to find information to be able to conquer the Lord of Blades and the fortress known as Razor Crag, although nobody knows exactly where it is. They know the basics, and the party is supposedly going to do the rest. We do have a couple of loose ends to tie up first, though. The first is that the first tie-in that has to be done, or loose end that has to be tied, is the fact that Tanton has not yet been notified about this, since Tanton was notably missing from the information and exchange with the higher ups. Tanton is not a big fan, particularly of Lord Bucket. Not such a big fan. They don't really get along particularly well. Don't see eye to eye all the time. So was not present at this, and so the party does need to communicate what has happened to Tanton and to kind of explain and see what Tanton has to say as well. But then after they will have the night to be able to rest. That's why I'm assuming that will happen, which is why I gave them all their full hit points and so on and spells. Then the party will be asked to get onto the Argonth and set off into the Gray. So with that said, the party has disembarked again for the Argonth, and I will allow the party to decide what it wants to do before getting ready to go on the Argonth. I will just remind the party quickly, though, that you're not going to have, you'll have until tomorrow, but you're not going to have weeks to do this, because again, the Argonth is going to leave tomorrow. They want to press their advantage as soon as they can. And Tanton still needs to be notified of all of this because he's hanging out back in Lars' home. So, with all that said, I will hand things back over to the party. What would you like to do?
Quick, split the party.
We'll head into the grave on foot.
Well, all right. I guess, we got to fill in Tanton so he knows what the hell's going on.
Mm-hmm. We should go back to Alara's place maybe and discuss it, but...
Right. The problem... Okay, you know what? Let's go back there, fill him in, because there's a divergence of what Alarion wants to do compared to what...
He's probably not actually there.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were.
No,
I thought you were there.
No, he was putting the conductor stone back together.
Right, I remember that. Mm-hmm.
And he was tearing apart the two steel.
Oh, when he got the note.
And he
Yes.
was dealing with the guy that had the two shields. He's disassembling that guy as well.
Yes, that's right. That's right. And then you had received that note. Yes, I forgot about that. Okay. So actually, I suppose while the four of you are heading back towards Hilar's home, Tanton, that might actually be a good place to start with you, which is that you've just gotten, because I'm pretty sure we ended with you sort of finding this note. I think it was you, right? Didn't I believe you were the one?
I don't think so.
Was it not you?
You told us all about it, but
I'm pretty sure it was delivered to us.
It was
I thought
a
it
note.
Maybe it was delivered to all of you. I'm sorry. That's probably right. Okay. So then I'll still start with Tanton, though, which is to say, is there a point at which you would return to, Hilar's home, or at what point would you sort of seek out the rest of the party, I guess is my question.
seek out the rest of the party. It would probably be like 2 days afterwards.
Okay. So they're going to have to seek you out is what we're saying.
Right. But he will eventually once he's finished fixing the conductor stone and goes over to start tearing everything else apart, he will wind up putting it on a tensor's floating disk and taking it back to Hilar's house.
Okay.
So he will eventually go back there.
Okay. Okay, well then the four of you, I will say, when you've actually returned to Hilar's home, will find that although Hilar is there, Tanton is not. And of course the Oracle is there, although the usual position that was kept by a person who used to sit near or on the cloth that was covering or so on is notable. Sky Blue, notable for her absence now from Hilar's home.
All right, so wait, we're still missing Tanton, or is he showing up, or what's going on?
Tanton is not there yet.
We can. I mean, we have an idea of where he
Yeah.
went. So yeah, we can. Is he within range of me? I have 100 foot now, 100 feet from my.
I don't. Let's take a look at the map, but I don't think so.
Okay.
Let's see. We were over.
That would be 20 squares.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember where I actually put the Was it here? Oh no, that was the very, very, that was the much older version of Salvation. Never mind that. I think we're talking about here. Yeah, that was it.
Yeah.
Although
Wow.
now the
The one
fire.
that's still on fire.
Yeah, no, the fire is out now.
No, he's well out of range.
Okay. Well, I don't mind going for a little walk and just getting within range and then just kind of tapping him psychically while if the rest of you want to like fortify Helar's house or make sure that the Oracle is safe enough. It's up to you.
Because he's up here.
Up there? Okay. In the middle of town where you're being there?
I guess I should put myself there, shouldn't I? No, I'm
And-
sorry. I'm much further north than that.
Because we are...
Yeah, I'm over here now, not too far from where you are, which is even further away from Hilar's house. So
Yeah, because Helar's house is all the way down.
down there.
Here,
Lars'
okay,
house is right. Yeah.
Okay, well, I don't mind. I wasn't very wounded in the battle, so I don't mind taking a little nap a little walk. And to find Tantan and bring him back so
Yeah,
that we can all discuss.
He's pretty much right outside the tavern, so yeah, it wouldn't be hard to find him.
Hey,
Where
Crit
the
Twitch.
fight was.
Okay. So yeah, I will do that and try not to jump into his mind because what are you doing when I find you?
He is to anyone who is friends with a Warforged or is a Warforged of any stripe, what he's doing is probably quite horrific. He is basically disassembling them in the street. Like tearing off pieces and like the organic bits, the wood parts and the stuff that actually gives them life. He's just kind of chucking because it doesn't really serve any purpose for him. But the metal parts he's stacking nearby on a floating disc. And those two gigantic shields are on there as well.
Is there anybody like from the town, and that would be more for Greg, that is kind of looking horrified at what he's doing, or do they not care because they were the invaders?
They're not a lot of those. There's a couple who might be sort of looking with interest and whispering to each other, but not sort of in a horrified way. At least not from what you can tell. There are not a lot of actual Warforged actually that sort of are in the town usually, and the ones that are attacking, they probably, most of the townspeople would not, have concerns over what's being done. Although there are a couple of prominent exceptions, like for example, Big Bara. The sheriff is now destroyed, so that doesn't apply. Probably, you're not sure how Clock would feel about this if Clock were to come upon it, but yeah.
Okay. I mean, he's doing what he needs to do. So I'll kind of approach him and say gently, so that hoping he'll see me, knowing he won't. Good haul of materials?
Well, it's certainly not bad. It's these two pieces are they each probably weigh as much as that suit of armor we fought here before.
Well, I mean, if we can use it, good thought. But we have sort of new orders / a new plan, which is interesting. Do you want to come back to Hilar's with us? Do you have enough material?
Enough material for what?
I don't know. Whatever you're taking, I guess you're just taking whatever you. Of course you are. That was a silly question. Why don't you come back with your stuff to Hilar, and we can talk to the others there.
All right, I'm mostly finished with that individual there. Why don't you help me get this one onto the disc, and we can
Okay.
finish disassembling it there.
All right. Yep. All right.
I'm sure we're both strong.
Yes. Can I just run around him? I have nothing to help me whatsoever. But yes, I am going to grunt and do whatever it needs to get that thing on the desk to get Tantan moving, knowing that he will not otherwise.
Sorry, my mic was muted. All right, so once you get him on to, be kind of an odd sort of sight too, that it's sort of flopped, on like over the disc or whatever. But that's all right. So, and now you can take that with you as you return through the streets of Salvation. And again, this is not that far removed. I mean, we're only about, 12 hours removed or so from the assault. And so there were still a couple of smoldering, fires that you see here and there, a lot of burned out areas. And again, not as many sort of people in the streets with those classic hollowed expressions, kind of staring out. Some of those may have been brought inside, but it is definitely the sulfurous smell of multiple fires and attacks and back and forths still remains, and the sound of horns and screams and so on, even though they have now passed, still seems to faintly echo around everyone's ears as you walk down the street towards Hilar Brasal's home. Go ahead, Irma.
Just before we get there, I'm going to actually use my voice because, if there's not too many people around, I'm going to speak to Tanton and say, so how do you feel about General Tyresh now? He did come into the battle. He was wounded. He survived.
He was doing very well up until the end. And then whatever good measure he happened to glean from me, I don't mean this to sound as any sort of a joke given his reputation, but he shit all over it in the final seconds. He had the opportunity to respond with grace, humility, and genuine leadership, and instead he became a posturing... Never mind.
I think I read what you're saying. Nisiana, I think, helped him, which might have helped his outlook on life, if you will.
Then he should have shown it.
Well, the next few steps might be a little bit interesting because we may unfortunately need to throw them, at least make use of them to get to the Lord of Blades. Ally ourselves to them, if you will.
To whom?
Well, to the Brailish army.
The Brailish army I have no issue with.
Well, unfortunately, he is part of the Brailish army and currently represents them here.
See, that's what I take exception to.
I understand.
I've been thinking about it ever since the moment that he reacted the way he did, and honestly, I would willingly put my own head on the chopping block than work with that... Never mind.
Okay.
So if he's going to jail me, so be it. I hope he's the first one to take a deathly strike.
Well, hopefully it won't come to that, but I think these next few days are going to be very interesting, my friend. We will try to think of ways to make this work in any way that it can. You're not going to like this. Come on. And I'm just going to open Hilar's door and let Tanton go in first.
I like that Tanton has that expression too as entering, while Hilar's like, well, and then he just sort of stops and he says, all right then.
I didn't tell him the next steps. Have fun. I primed him.
You said that out loud?
I do. Mirime's having a little bit of fun with this, knowing that this will not go well.
So the group of you and Hilar are now, as I mentioned, inside the home with the Oracle and with no Sky Blue. And when Hilar sees that the Tensor's floating disc come in behind you with
it stops outside.
You just leave it outside? Okay.
But it stays 20 feet from him. He can't get far enough into the house.
Yeah. So he kind of looks out there and he says, I see. You think you've gotten what you need then, Tanton, from those things?
No. I've gotten parts of what I need. I need another day before I can get at least the... No.
He nods slowly and he says, might I ask, what are you planning on trying to put together?
Well, I would love to assemble Spanner again from the pieces I was able to scavenge from the other two.
And he nods.
The rest of this, I believe, Ilarion wanted me to do something with them. Aside from that, I was almost planning to put structural reinforcement on every surface inside this house so that no one could get in no one could get in.
And he nods and he says, well, the house is definitely taking a beating like most of Salvation. It's too bad we can't salvage enough to put an entire armored wall around this town, for as much as it seems to be at the front of every hammer blow. And he kind of, yeah, go ahead.
If I had time.
He nods and he says, and he actually comes over and puts a hand on your shoulder and he says, exactly right. If we had time, we would have been able to do much more, and time is something the Citadel seems to never be given enough of. It's one of the reasons that we manage to get what we get, right? And he sort of looks at all of you. We get the jobs that no one else can get done because no one else can do it in the lack of time that they're given. We somehow manage to cheat the hourglass, but that doesn't make it right. And he turns back to you and he says, I'm going to continue to do what I can to give us more time. But in the meantime, you should know that I'm exceedingly proud of what all of you were able to do in preparing this place. The people fought themselves, and the Brailish soldiers fought bravely on top of it, but if it wasn't for the plans that were put in place that you all implemented, town wouldn't have survived long enough for any of it to matter. And so he sort of pauses and then takes a deep breath and he says, so, he says, Brayland has sent word. They had already heard about the incoming Lord of Blades attack. And they have made the decision that we need to strike back now before they can attack again. We now have, through Big Bara, enough information to get a general sense of where the Lord of Blades' fortress, the thing he calls Razor Crag, is. And so, the Citadel has been asked to go as scouts, along with the Argonth, which is going to go into the Grey. The idea is to go to the general place where Bara's information basically led her, and then for the 5 of you to disembark and head in the direction of Razor Crag, basically scouting it out, and seeing if there's any ambushes in the way that you can warn the Argonth about first. Once the Argonth arrives at a close enough proximity, then the idea is to take down the Lord of Blades' fortress. And the hope is that if we can do that, we can save a lot of lives, and perhaps even head off this war that seems likely to happen between Braylon and Thrain. And he pauses and he says, and before I ask Tanton what he thinks, because I already asked the 4 of you, I do want to make one note about this. I don't know whether it sat right to you, but something feels very odd about everything that's gone on between Thrain and Brayland. The Emerald Claw, which is tied into Thrain for sure, but whether the Lord of Blades himself knows about these factions, I don't know. But it does make me wonder whether or not there isn't some attempt to get people to fight each other just at the time the Lord of Blade launches his own attack. Again, can't prove it, don't know, but there could be people working together to make this happen, or just the Lord of Blade's operatives figuring out ways to make people fight each other. Either way, we don't figure out how to keep up a unified front, and we're not going to be able to stop that blow from landing and this time cracking this town in half. So, if we're to save this town once and for all, and if we're to save the nation, we're going to have to do what we can, I think, to bring the fight to him. So, and he kind of looks at you, Tanton, and he says, this is not something that normally would be ordered of anyone, but I have heard that the King's Citadel has been asked to assist, and the 5 of you acting as a scout party is exactly within the remit that's expected. It's the kind of thing I would expect you all to be good at.
But you know I don't like to order things unless they're absolutely necessary, and generally unless most of you are willing to go along. Merime and Nisiana and Rowan and Alarian were all at the meeting with Captain Aranik, and he sort of pauses, and the general briefly, and they all agreed that they thought it was the right thing to do, especially because they want to save Sky Blue, and so do I. And so they said they would go along with it, but I don't want to just make you do that, Tanton.
No, you can't.
You know who you remind me of right now, Tanton?
Let's
Lord
see.
Bucket. All those people afraid of upsetting him because he will have a temper and he will yell. You are acting exactly like him right now, and I am ashamed. I'm
Hilar
sorry.
Homer Simpson's right back to the wall. Like,
She stands up and she's like, I am ashamed and I am upset, and I cannot believe that every single time we have done something for the Citadel and it involves someone odious, while you have the absolute right to express your opinion, you have said that because one person's attitude is so angry and so awful, you don't want to deal with it. But right now, I've watched my sister, I've watched Hilar, I've watched this team dance around you, just like all those people dance around Lord Bucket. That's what I see right now.
Are you finished?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. Excuse me. And he turns and walks out the door.
If he leaves and doesn't come back, that is on him. Because the King's Citadel has a job. And if he cannot do it because he cannot put his ego away, then we have to do it without him. I don't want to do it without him. I don't know if we can do it without him. But he is acting just like him. And it makes me so mad.
Hilar, by the way, is leaning back against a wall with his arms folded, and just sort of watches in his usual kind of somewhat imperturbable way, and then he says, "At some point, y'all might want to ask him."
Ask him what?
If he wants to be a part of the King Citadel, or I'm
No,
guessing he
about why he feels the way he does.
maybe we need to all sit down, calm down a bit, and have a drink and talk about it. Because you're not wrong, Nisiana. It had to be brought up, but maybe we do need to just kind of have a little team building exercise around beer, around some good old fashioned ale. Wait,
Trust fall!
I was just gonna say, I was like, "Where's the trust fall coming in?" Oh my god!
Alarian, no!
Where is everybody?
Trust throw.
Oh, trust throw, yeah, trust collapse.
He and I both we work for the dragon marked houses. We have people that we are important to and are important to us. We have rules and strictures, and a lot of them aren't fair. And I know a lot of him has been hurt, but he is taking that hurt out on us and our mission, and that can't be allowed.
No.
I'm sorry I have to be the one to bring it up. But he keeps doing this.
He does, and there's probably a reason for it. But we haven't had the time to talk about any of it. It seems that we're going from crisis to crisis lately.
It is what we do, and because we're so good at it. I mean, I have no problem with sitting down with a beer and having a conversation with him. But based on what I have seen lately, I don't think we're going to get one unless we chase after him. And we've chased after him a lot.
I am. I don't know. I feel like most of my life is chasing after something or another, usually a vision or a future that might come to pass or something to keep grounded, or I don't mind going after him. Let me bring him back and we can talk about this if I can. If he wants to, like you said, Nisiana, he has a choice to make too, like the
He does
rest of
have a
us.
choice. We all have a choice. And right now his choice was to walk away from us.
It was.
Greg, while this is happening, I
Yeah.
would like to make a stealth check.
Okay.
I was wondering.
Okay.
Just the fact that you said we all have a choice, and then you're like, I was like, oh no, what's gonna?
7.
All right. Well, let's
Flips over the
see.
table.
Let me have perception checks from people.
Sure, why not?
Sure.
Oh, actually, that's pretty good.
Where is my perception?
Huh.
Yeah, I'll take the 26. Thank you. And then take it off advantage.
Oh, I don't know why I was at advantage. Do I have advantage on percent? No.
Oh
I was
my
just-
goodness.
12.
Okay.
Got 12.
Well,
I
so
am upset. I do not see anything except right now my sister.
well, see, with a 7, I think you may actually see.
You like
I
Trip.
think in fact, well, no, not exactly like that, but I think maybe I assume you were attempting to depart without being noticed, Rowan. If that's true, but I think that everybody would have noticed. The only one that I didn't ask this for was Tantan because he's not in the room yet. Like if you came out and close,
But
then we
even
would talk
he
about that.
noticed. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean,
He's like walking down the street angry. All of a sudden, he's like, "Someone's following me."
When I see Rowan doing this, I say, you know what? We are supposed to be a team. Why don't we all go after Tantan and have a beer, sit down, and talk about this? We don't need to actually have anything to drink. I am very hungry though. It's been a while.
Respectfully,
Of course.
and I do understand everyone's predilection towards teamwork. But the conversation that Tanta just walked off on was a team conversation, not so?
That's true.
That is very true. Would you like to go speak with him alone, Rowan? Do you think that's the best move?
I have no idea. But
Me
I think
neither.
that being clueless about this is a great deal better than being clueless as a group. Because
I
if we
agree.
all annoy him again, he's not talking to any of us again.
You know what, Rowan? You are one of those people who has a point of view that none of us can understand. And I appreciate that. And I think you're right. I think you need to go talk to him. Because if I talk to him, I'm going to yell at him. Because frequently he has stormed off in a huff. And sometimes we don't have time to dig into these problems. And I guess right
mean,
now,
To
Maybe.
be perfectly frank, men of a certain caliber require their huffs every once in a while. But I will be back.
good luck. Godspeed. Steady
Yes.
hands. Don't blow yourself up. Again.
Yes, thank you.
I'll try to do that. It would seem that salvation has gone through enough flame for the evening.
So you go off after him.
I duck out the front door, and then I'm gonna stealth check again to make sure Tantan doesn't notice me.
Let's do that.
That shouldn't be hard.
Yeah.
That depends on a couple of things. Which direction does the door open?
Oh, let me think about that.
Gonna trip right over him.
Because Tantan
This is
right
the
there.
worst.
I knew it. Yeah.
Oh, because I think
This roll is cursed.
Oh my God, Rowan.
Wow.
So I'm gonna.
But I believe in you.
beautiful.
I believe in you. I
Oh, but
believe in you.
The beauty of that is that it's a natural 1 and a natural 20. So it's
Yeah.
If you don't get advantage on the stealth roll, I do believe in you.
That's true, actually, because you get it because Nisiana's right there. So that means that you can then re-roll it. You don't get the 22, but you can re-roll that now,
yeah.
Ron. I also think I had not actually considered this, but I think the design of the place would be probably more likely for the door to open inward, I think, than outward would be my guess.
If
So
you
he
look at
like
the
whacked
thing,
himself.
There's a door inside and there's a door outside. So I'm like, which one is it?
Yeah, I'm guessing. This is just a guess on my part, but I think the design of most of the villages here would probably be with the door going inward. So that's what I say would be likely to be the case.
Nice!
Wow.
For
So
those
now
of you
I have to
listening,
ask
that's
this though. So
another natural
Tanton.
20.
So I have to ask this now. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, thank you for the audio listeners, which will happen when we do get this into podcast form. 22, baby, out of a natural 20. So when Tanton, are you literally like standing like
He's
outside the door?
He's working on the stuff on the disc. He just went back to work. He didn't go anywhere. He just
I
walked
would say
outside
then
and
that
went
works
back to work.
probably then, Tanton, because you're probably occupied in that, I would imagine, because you're not eavesdropping. So when when you're just sort of sitting cross-legged in the street working on this stuff, Rowan, you could just come out and just see Tanton there, but not like disturb him.
Mm-hmm. So, I mean, you let me know if I need to roll again. But with this 22, what I want to do is, because I imagine that Tanton's process of work is that you will take one tool, do a thing, put that tool aside, take another tool, do another thing.
He's often working with at least two tools at the same time.
Mm-hmm. The moment
He's
you
using
put one
set
down,
in his hands and one in a mage hand, and he's working at the same time.
that makes things even funnier. I'm gonna steal your mage hand tool.
It's right in front of him, so.
Oh yeah, still. So I guess I should roll again for that, shouldn't I?
Yes, and that one, that's this. So this stealth allows you to open the door without him noticing, and then you can like move up right next to him. Then you would actually need a sleight of hand here, not stealth. This is sleight of hand if you're going to take that out of his mage hand.
Okay.
And it's going to be
roll another natural 20. Please.
Yeah, I would love to be able to see that. It's technically an opposed roll, so
against my perception.
22. Yes, against your perception. That's an awfully good roll.
Natural 22.
No, not a natural.
Non-natural 20 for
yeah.
For him. Sorry. Should be specific and clear and all that other stuff. It's perception, which I don't have a lot of. 18.
Good, but not good enough. I would say that maybe the way to think of it is that like just as, because you're doing, as you say, two hands plus the mage hand, maybe as the mage hand one like finishes and moves up and you're like moving to the other one. Are you putting anything else in the mage hand, by the way, Rowan? Like you replace it with a toothbrush or something? Or are you just literally just taking it out of the mage hand?
I will put one of my daggers in the mage hand.
Nice, okay.
Have any of you all ever seen that video where a guy goes to his mechanic to point out that something's wrong with his axle? So the mechanic is turning one of the wheels by hand to listen to hear if anything's going on, and meanwhile the guy is in the back tapping two wrenches together to make it sound like the axle is clicking.
No, I haven't. That's funny.
I'm doing that behind Tanton.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Well, yeah, that kind of, and since he's basically facing towards the wall, it's bouncing. The sound is bouncing off the wall and sounding like it's coming from right in front of him. So yeah, and he kind of stops for a second and. No, that's not right. And he sort of pulls the thing further over and like pulls out a few splinters of wood that he didn't get out before. It's like, all right, and it's
It
just
sounds
mumbling.
worse now.
And he brings his goggles down and dials the magnification way in and is looking for, whatever it is that's causing the sound. And I'm sure at some point we'll reach for the next tool, which should be a tool, but is actually now a dagger, and will probably almost stab himself in the face because he can't quite see because he's got the goggles on. But his kind of leans back thinking that he's got the magnification way too high, and like the tip of the tool looks like it's the size of a dagger blade, and it's like, and backs up and cranks it back out again, and then sees that his mage hand is holding a dagger. Where
He
did you
says,
get
"Is
that?"
this a dagger I see before me?" I'm sorry, I couldn't
Exactly.
resist. I couldn't resist. I'm sorry. It's a
Get
Shakespeare nerd
to,
joke. Apologize.
Rowan.
Not even a dad joke for
So
God's
it's a
sake.
Shakespeare nerd joke. I couldn't help it. Sorry. Apologize.
Yes.
It can be both. Anyway, this depends on your children, I guess. But yeah, and so he's just like, okay, where did you get that? As though the mage hand
Oh,
operates on its
that's
own.
mine. That's mine. I'll just take that back, and I take the dagger out of the mage hand and put it
He
away.
looks back. He looks at the mage. Is like, "Are you stealing from people now? Go away!"
I'm not-
And the mage hand just disappears. I apologize. Sometimes
So
he has a mind of his own.
I'm familiar with minds of one's own. I tend to have one of those as well.
Good.
So, how are you feeling?
Interrupted.
Fair, other than that.
Tired.
I mean, we're all tired.
Yes.
We've had a hell of a night.
Yes.
And it sounds like you've had a hell of a couple of days before that, too.
We all have.
How do you feel about this work?
But this work, this is my life's work. I love doing this.
I'm still tapping two branches behind me while this is happening. I mean everything else.
Then ask what you're trying to ask and stop beating around the bush.
You seemed very frustrated back there by a thing, and I'm curious what the source of the ultimate frustration is.
Which thing?
The conversation you were having earlier?
There were several
Inside.
conversations earlier. Be specific.
Being specific is hard for me.
Well, then it's important to learn new skills.
This is true. So remind me again, what was the final thing that everyone is talking about at the moment when Tantan left the room?
That Nisiana was ashamed at Tantan's behavior with regard to his behaving very much like General Shitface.
She basically said that he's behaving exactly like the man he professes to hate.
That.
And everybody has to walk on eggshells around him because of it.
That.
So I will try my best to not be deceptive in this moment. Being candid is hard for me. It's bad for business, but still. I think you are right to not very much like Lord Bucket. I think at the end of the day, he is by far the smelliest version of of a kind of thing that has preceded him, which is blowhards that don't care about the actual lives of others. But you also didn't strike me as the kind of person who needed validation or the goodwill of others in order to do this work, because this work kills people very often. Ask me how I know. So what really bothers you about him?
She spent an inordinate amount of time and effort to help him. And in the moment when he could have shown grace, he disrespected her. And I will not have that behavior directed at any member of my team. Fuck that man. If orders come down from anyone else but him, I will do them, but I will not work with someone who does not respect my team.
Good rule of thumb. Counterpoint.
Be very careful
Some
where
people-
you go with this.
Some people just lack grace.
Then I won't work with him. I will work with everyone else, but not him.
Even if tomorrow he was the only person between sleeping in Salvation tonight and sleeping in more cinders tomorrow. Again, you don't need to like him. I don't.
That's not a problem. I don't. And if we ever get to that point, then that means that the only people left alive are going to be me and him. And if it comes to that, I will use him as a shield, without any hesitation. I would kill him myself to save this world.
Also fair. But we kind of need to ensure that we can not get to that point first.
Then we, as a group, need to learn to rotate, if only to keep me as far away from him as possible, because I will not work with him. The rest of you have my life. I wouldn't piss on him to put him out if he was on fire.
You know, I would. I drink a lot of water. Anyway.
It's good for you to a point. Eventually you throw your electrolyte out.
Yeah, I know. That's what the alcohol's for. Your frustration is valid.
No, I'd never had any doubt about that.
I have found two things to be true in my work. One is that sometimes the greatest score requires at least being fluid in the presence of unmoving secondary factors, even if you know they don't deserve it. The second is that when you do have a very good team working on a very good score, you make compromises for the team's sake so that the score wins out. This seemed like one of those moments where at least you could have valued the fact that a terrible man with no grace is still earning some of the grace of perhaps one of the most compassionate creatures I've ever met in my life. So you can at least trust her to spare some, and we can keep getting this work done. Because I'm fed up of being shot to death. And because I trust you.
Really?
Yeah. I bring the gun out. Of course I do.
And he looks at the hand and is like, is that one of my wrenches?
That may in fact be true. This does look in fact like
the wrench that's supposed to go in this slot right here in my bag, yes.
I put it in the bag immediately.
I also noticed that this slot is empty. Do you have that one as well?
How did that get there?
Do me a favor.
I'll try.
Well, I hope you'll succeed. What I want you to do is lift your chin.
I lift my chin.
And he recasts Mage Hand and grabs his calligrapher's tools. And very quickly, basically stitches a rune or 2 runes along the collars of Rowan's thing, and your AC goes up by 2. You now have enhanced defense enchantment on your armor. And the dog loves that idea.
The dog sounded very pleased.
Sadly, smells like hot dogs, and so every dog comes running.
Yeah. Well, you make ink out of what you can. All I had was hot dog water, so.
All right. So are we done pouting?
Oh, I wasn't pouting. I was seething in anger at someone disrespecting a member of my team. That's not pouting.
I believe you.
See, now I don't believe you.
Finally, see, we're getting past my inability to be candid. We should go back inside.
You should go back inside. I have work to do.
You can do it inside.
No, I can't.
While
I can't
we hear
take
your
this in
friends.
there. It won't fit.
I look at the door, I look back at it. Okay, fair, but we still have a plan to work out.
Then work it out. I will work with all of you. I will not work with him. If you have to lie to me to tell me that he is not involved, so be it.
What if I told you you get to laugh in his face?
If I get arrested for it, are you going to come and break me out of jail?
I mean, I can.
I didn't ask if you could. I know you can.
Yeah, I've done it for people I've trusted less. I've done it for people who I knew would kill me once they left.
Do it in the gray.
Yeah.
I said will
Yes.
you.
Without
That will be worth
hesitation.
it. That will be worth it just to see you wind up in the cell next to me. And so he grabs like half of a steel defender off the thing and takes it inside.
So I will note that, so Alarian, when Rowan, you opened the door silently, Alarian floated out in a different direction. I don't think we're going to RP that extensively, John, but we'll talk about what Alarian learns from the...
it's fairly straightforward.
From the Silver Flame stuff. But before we do that, I do want to come back to Tanton having re-entered, because obviously Hilar, Nisiana, Merime, and now Rowan are back in there with Tanton. And half a spanner.
You know what, Arv? I've been talking with Merime and Nisiana in the background anyway, so let's just assume I just stayed there for now.
Okay.
Okay, that's fine. Besides, there is no way he's going to make a stealth roll if I'm leaving the door. That's not possible.
You know,
so, even on the natural 20.
It might be harder. All right.
Yeah,
so.
I'll stick around for this so we can all get on the same page.
So he steps inside and he puts the thing down and lays out his tools, and he's just about to sit down and work. He stops and he turns around and he looks at Nisiana and he says, "To you, I apologize."
Thank you. I accept.
And he goes back to work.
Yay, glory has been returned to the playground. So, what's our next move?
Don't push it.
Hilar says, the Argonth leaves tomorrow morning, and you have basically until then to be able to do whatever's necessary. You will probably have a couple of days, is my guess, on the Argonth itself before it gets to the point where you're going to get dropped off. And so you'll have a chance as well on there to be able to do some work. In fact, Tanton, I have a suspicion if you are able to bring the material for Spanner, you can absolutely get that finished on the Argonth. You'll have enough time, I think.
I would very strongly recommend that Clock go along as well. Even if he doesn't go with us, leave him on board the Argonth to conduct what repairs he can.
He nods. He says Clock had actually already volunteered, and I told him it would be fine with us. I'm not sure whether everyone in the Brailish army quite knew what to make of it, but I explained that we vouched for him. So, yes. Clock, in fact, said something about making a workshop on the Argonth. So you may find that he's already done a little bit of that.
Good.
he has apparently some experience in making workshops on flying fortresses.
Yes, it's strange how that works.
Hmm.
This time he won't be under quite so much duress.
And he nods. Thank Eberron for that.
Thank you, Eberron.
So, are we all settled?
I'm
I
not
do believe-
sure.
Actually, a drink or two would be nice before we set off. Assuming everyone agrees.
The Argoth won't be ready until tomorrow morning anyway, so we get one night at least to perhaps relax a little bit in a more convivial setting.
Well, I also have. Oh, I honestly don't remember if I have any spells left. May have to wait until tomorrow to do this thing. Crap. I'm gonna say I have no spells left. I'll have to wait until tomorrow. Okay.
Well, in the meantime, Hilar goes over to a small cabinet and opens it up, and he says, since the inn in town has been largely destroyed and is not really functional and is not going to be doing much about serving drinks, I happen to have a stock here. You could perhaps see what the Argonth possesses, but I think we're going to be spending enough time on that place. So, and he pulls out a couple of large bottles, and he says, this is about all that's left of the stock that I originally brought from Sharn. Some of these are aged better than others, and so there are several kinds of whiskey and a kind of dark golden rum that there's there as well. And he says, we are, of course, not very much by the way of a tavern or a bar, but, we have companions, friends, team members, and alcohol. That always goes well together, right?
No. Not always.
I think today it will.
Once the alcohol is doing its job, at least.
I start pouring.
Okay.
Handing it out.
Tantin basically holds out what looks like a thimble.
I smile at him.
I have work to do. So.
Of course, my friend.
Make 3 con saves, Tantin. It's the strongest.
I'm going to build a spanner that's 80 feet tall!
5 minutes later, it's all like, roll out the spanner. Yeah.
Tiny little spanners running everywhere.
Just want you all to note how hard it was for the DM there not to be like, when Tantin's like, it doesn't always work that way. I'm like, that's right, because but I avoided my own predilections about not being a fan of alcohol. All right, so, but yes, you were able to, in this sort of cozy way, pour out some drinks. So I will ask the party here. It's up to you. I know that there are a couple of things people want to attend to that will be quick RP-wise, but I also want to give you an opportunity to talk to each other because, as has been noted, there has not been a lot of time over the last number of sessions because of going from place to place. So I do want to give you a chance to do that, but also don't want to make you do it. So I'm just leaving it out there for the party to decide what they want to manage. But you do have the evening, as is said.
Once they've all had their drink, then Illyrian will say that they have errands to run and they are going to step outside now and go do what they need to do.
Okay.
Oh, that's right. He doesn't drink.
There's that, but they stuck around recognizing the gravity of the situation. So they gave it like 10 minutes, like, okay, that's enough time. And out the door.
You can like pour it across their face. Just,
Well, you have to. They're actually also looking at the pieces of. They're also going through the pieces of armor that you had scavenged, looking for the proper that they're going to start working on during the trip while they're on the Argoth too. So there's that.
Unless.
So,
oh, go ahead, Rowan.
Oh, I was gonna say I do want to have a brief moment with Nisiana as well.
Okay. She is happy to have a conversation with you very quietly because she's very curious as to what you would have said to him because Mia Tantan is very strong-headed. She is too. So she's kind of interested in seeing what Rowan has to say, and see if she's
He
gonna
wasn't
get.
exactly keeping his voice down, and he's right outside that window.
Yeah, I
Oh,
thought about that, but
I had asked actually.
I ruled that they
Okay.
couldn't. I ruled that they couldn't hear it unless they were trying to eavesdrop. The door was closed
And
between you.
at this point, Nisiana wouldn't have thought to eavesdrop at that point because she was so upset. Though Jen kind of wishes she had, because there could have been a continuation of that conversation.
So I will allow the four of you to do this conversation first. Then Alarian will deal with your stuff just before we move on to the equipment and then the Argonth setting sail, so to speak. So yeah.
Well, I might not stick around. I'd ask Nisiana, I'd ping her mentally and just be like, do you need me for this, or you're okay?
No, I'm good. I'm good. Go make sure he's safe.
I will, and I will go inspire the townspeople a little bit, I think. There's a song or two to
I
come
need
out.
to stay
Okay.
here and see if Tantan's going to yell at me.
Perfect.
Okay, let's do that first. Let's do Nisian and Tantan and Rowan, who's still there. Maramay, then I'll jump to you. And then, no, I take that back. Then we'll go to Valerian because I want to finish with the inspiration stuff. I think will be nice. So, but let's start with Nisiana and Tantan with their convo.
Actually, it's Rowan that apparently.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Right, Nisiana and Rowan.
I'm going to go pee.
Nisiana and Rowan. Go ahead.
So I sit down next to Nisiana, and the first words out of my mouth are, exactly how old are you?
Does that matter?
I just find it very curious that you seem to be the teen mother.
Well, I'm 18. And yes, I am the youngest one here. But yes, I have spent 4 years in a trauma ward during the war.
Ah, that explains it.
So I have seen a lot, but I have not seen what. And she kind of gestures to gently in Tantan's area, but not enough to try and get his attention. I've not seen what, and then to the kind of the door and Halar, but not what all of them have seen. I've only seen the results of it. And I've seen the results of people being pig-headed. And
Fair
sometimes
enough.
I've had to drug them into submission. That's why I'm alchemical set.
I respect both your candor in this moment and whatever talent you have in alchemy in order to do so.
I'm a healer. Sometimes our healing means you just need rest. A lot of rest. A lot of very quiet rest. What did you say to him?
I told him the thing that I think is truest about you.
That I don't know what I'm talking about?
I mean, to be perfectly honest, that does, in fact, seem true, but not the truest. A reason why the truest thing is true, but not the truest.
She looks at her drink and then she kind of looks at you. It's like that nod that says, I sort of know what you're talking about, but not really.
You have probably seen, by your own admission, more blood than most people may ever see.
That may be literal, yes.
Indeed. I would like to ask you a grim question. You have seen the fruits of men at their worst.
Yes.
Why do you care?
Because even men at their worst have moments of light. And men at their worst are vulnerable. Men and women. And he showed me, Koresh, he showed me there's a human under that bluster. And I want to bring it out. I need to bring it out. What is happening to him is not just.
People do a lot of unjust things when they're suffering injustice. I'm sure you've seen that a lot as well.
Yes, and that's why I see beyond, or I attempt to see beyond, the worst in people, whether others do not. Others cannot sometimes.
Okay.
Have you ever had a cut that had to be stitched up?
Quite a few times.
And it hurt, right?
Well, yeah, terribly.
But everything
Have you ever been cut very deeply and then land on dirt? That really sucks.
I'm speaking in metaphor right now. But
That too, but yes.
in the stitching, even though it hurt, after the hurt was done, the healing began. And I knew I would hurt Tantan with my words. I knew I would, but it was needed, and it is needed. And I didn't know if he would come back. So thank you for getting him back.
Of course. I'm not going to miss the opportunity to work with a crew this good. I do have a question for you, though.
Another one.
Do you have words like those for Tyresh?
I've spoken words like that to Tyresh in private. I've spoken words like that to Tyresh as he was leaving, even though he blustered at me. And I could see the difference in his face. I don't know if it will help in the long run, but I do what I can with what I've got. Maybe I only lanced the boil. Maybe I actually killed the germ within the boil. I don't know.
We shall see then.
Yeah, we at least try. I have to try. It is my calling. Even the worst of us. Okay.
But if you ever need anybody to be much nastier to him, that can be me.
No, I don't. I really don't. Too many either are nasty to him in front of him or behind him, and too many are dancing on eggshells. And he needs neither. I'm speaking of Tyresh right now. Tantan needed a little bit of a stitch. He needed that little bit of pain to think about things because of the way he was acting. Whether he forgives me or not, that is his choice, and that is something he and I will work out in the future. But Tyresh has been dealing with something, and I believe he was cursed. Actually cursed. Maybe it's his armor. I don't know. I haven't had time. But because of his station and because of his background and because of whatever trauma that has happened to him, he has put on his face. But I've seen the human beyond the mask. He has shown it to me. And thus, I believe he is worth saving. And I know he trusts us enough to do the job that needs doing. And I can trust our team. But right now, we're all dancing on the edge of a knife. So I do what I can. And sometimes that healing hurts. Growth hurts. Getting beyond a trauma hurts until it doesn't. And at some point, maybe when we're not saving the world, and she kind of gestures to Tantan, he and I will have a conversation, or one of those real conversations, very quietly, very painfully. But still, in the meantime, thank you for having him come back.
Thank you for making sure that my organs remain in my body.
Well, I would prefer it if you didn't blow yourself up, but I do understand the things that you have done to and stuff, and I will do absolutely everything to keep your organs in your body. And if you die, again, I can bring you back again, should your soul be willing. And you can thank Eberron for that.
I will.
Thank you. She raises her drink to you. To tomorrow's trauma and tomorrow's healing beyond the scars.
And to one more than the other.
Oh, Eberron willing.
Then I take a long swig of my drink and I walk off.
Mm-hmm.
My apologies, I was muted. You are watching day 43 of D&D with Infinity and Beyond, Eberron Oracle of War. This is Judgment of Iron. It is the final part of Season 3 of Eberron Oracle of War. And you are watching the amazing Infinity and Beyond crew. Excuse me. Of Trent Sparks, of Marie Bilodeau, of Brandon O'Brien, of Jennifer Brozek, and of John Helfers. If you like what you see, please do follow the channel. Please support us here. And please support all of these wonderful people who are all voice actor, narrator, or storyteller, author, or author, poet, game designer, or author, editor, poet, game designer. These are also people I'm missing. I'm leaving out editor parts.
Tinker,
too,
Tailor,
well.
Soldier, Spy.
Yeah. Or, like an editor and, Hi Pubov Catalyst, all these people that are there. But in any case, please do support them in all their endeavors, and thank you all for being here. All right. So yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Did someone say something? If not, then I will jump over to Alarian, who was on his way. Was on their way where exactly?
First, I'm going to swing by the market, hopefully quickly.
Okay.
Partially to see if the market took any damage during the whole siege thing, but also there's something I need to pick up there.
The market did take some damage, but because the market actually was reinforced, basically with some equipment and soldiers, you might remember that it had sort of been acting as almost like a kind of a the quartermaster,
Right.
in town would have been where they would have ended up. This did not get destroyed as badly as one might have expected. And so it is in, okay condition, although there is definitely a lot of, debris and stuff like that on the ground. And there are a few people that are sort of tending to their own stands. There's not a lot of sales going on right now. The market probably would have been closed anyway, for the evening, but in particular right now, it seems to be not offering a lot of extra stuff because everyone's focusing on their own thing.
Warforged insurance. Buy a Warforged insurance here.
A little late.
Yeah.
So before, you had mentioned that there was a certain item for sale. The Cube of Force, I believe.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
I wish to find whomever, assuming they're still alive, B, assuming it's still for sale. And I wish to purchase that item.
Okay. So the answer to that question is yes, it is still available. And I'm trying to find what I was going to charge for this Cube of Force.
You said 1,000 because I actually wrote it down.
Yeah, it sounds right.
Because I was going to have to save up for it, but because we happen to have a rather sizable reward from the good folks at the Argonauts, and now I can just buy it outright, which I wish to do.
Okay. Yeah, exactly. Ed Passion. Hi, I'm calling about the extended warranty in your Warforged. We've noticed that your warranty is about to run out, and Okay.
The cube has been scuffed now, so you should get at least a few gold pieces off of that.
Yeah, exactly. Now it's the cube of farce, and that's a whole.
Right.
So a cube of force has basically it's a 6-sided cube that when you activate the face, it does a certain number of things. And I can go back and find my notes on this, but I think John probably wrote this down as well. The 6th face resets it usually, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 each do something, and the cube of force has a certain number of charges. So do you have what I noted down there? Because I remember your excitement when I first.
I know you had
this.
modified it heavily. I think it has 6 charges instead of the usual like 8 gazillion that a normal one has.
That's right.
And then otherwise it operates pretty much as a typical cube of force. The first one does gases, the second one does inanimate, the third one does like all like square 5 does all like everything. Not even things get in, but just the charges are gone way down, which is fine. Because normally this thing's like 25,000 gold pieces.
Right.
So I'm not
if it has
complain.
like 6 charges to begin with, say every face. Right. If you activate face 1, it's 1 charge, 2, 3, 4, and so on.
Yes, yeah. Now the question is there any kind of recharging factor, or is it just once you've used the 6 charges, it's done?
It can be recharged, but it costs money.
Okay, that's fine. I'll live with that.
And by the way, it costs money when you get back. Like you can't, on the road be like insert quarter to keep running. You know what I mean? Like you can't.
Dragon's Lair.
Man, I remember it well. Stacking the quarters up on the thing to play. Yeah. So yeah.
Exactly. No. Okay. As long as there is one, and it's not just after the 6 charge you're all done. That's I can live with that. My chat for some reason is not working on my iPad. Why?
I don't know. Okay. Bring it here.
All right. Hopefully it'll work now. I had to reboot Twitch, but it's all good. So yes, I wish to purchase that. I will not haggle. It's fine. I will pay the full price. It's all good.
All right, you can do that, and you now have this cube of force.
That leaves me with 355 gold. And yes, I will jot down the notes on it in my voluminous spare time. And then conveniently, since it is right next door, I'm heading over to the church.
Okay.
Literally, Larry floats in, throws the bag of money at the guy, grabs the cube, and almost takes off. Just like not interested in any small talk. Give me here, bye.
And then floats through the hole somehow created by someone into the church. No, that's
I could make an Illyrian sized hole there. But
no. I mean, somebody already did that. It was I think it was a Meramé.
That was a while ago. That was months ago. I'm sure.
Everyone forgot that.
It has been fixed. You said it had.
I know it has. I was just joking. But okay. So yes, now as I mentioned, the church fared, the chapel, the Silver Flame fared somewhat less well than the market itself. So a lot of the what?
I heard that in French. Le swell.
Le swell. Less well. But and a lot of the pews are broken down. Some of the pews that remain are sort of operating as kind of like makeshift beds. Although you're a little surprised, Ilarion, and at first I suppose you might imagine yourself being heartened a bit that you see, that you can see the actual not as many bodies as you might have expected, and then it occurs to you that it may be that part of the reason that is the case is because there weren't a lot of survivors, when the attacks went into place, and that's obviously got its own,
You ever see the vast graveyard we're digging out back?
Yeah. So there is that.
So there was an acolyte whose name I thought I had jotted down at some point.
Let me see if I can find it.
Jariah John.
Yep.
Yes, I actually had. And is he here? And I don't really waste time on niceties. I mean, I'm polite as I go in because, of course, I did say this is going to be triage, but I'm looking for him.
That's right. He is. And yes, he is here. And he sort of acknowledges you and says, Ilarion, it's been knife work out there. I wasn't sure if anyone had made it, or at least not how many of the people had. I know that the fighting has stopped, and I think we have you to thank as usual.
Yes, but I just received word that Mother Johanna Teleskindros has been captured, and I wanted to know anything you could tell me about what happened.
It was troubling, And he kind of sees that a couple of people, there are a few other, one or two other acolytes who have joined since the last time you had been there overall, a couple of months ago, that are helping people, who are kind of crying, a family that's sort of destitute in the corner, with a couple of children and the whole bit. And it's going around from place to place. So he kind of motions you over away from that group.
Which is
Right, and so when you float and when you float over, he lowers his voice and he says, when the attack first happened, we had already prepared ourselves as well as possible. The chapel itself we barricaded, but Mother Johanna told us to make sure that the doors would be able to be opened at a moment's notice so that we could let more people in. And that is indeed what happened. There was the sound of a smashing outside, and then there was a banging at the door. I wasn't sure whether we should let anyone in at that point. We had some people already here to protect. Mother Johanna insisted that we at least try, and when the door opened, and he kind of pauses and he says, it was Zodor Tarev. He came in, he was carrying a child. He said it was a shifter child, someone who had worked for him. He brought the child over. They were hurt, not badly, but they would have been if they hadn't been attended to. He laid the child down in the pew. Then he turned to Mother Johanna, and he started to say something about he knew that she didn't respect him, but it wasn't him he was asking help for, it was this child, and then the door, which we had never closed back over again, smashed all the way in. Two of those, the Warforged, came charging through the door, and at first we all drew back. I thought they were going to raze the chapel to the ground, but they seemed to know exactly what they were doing. They headed directly for Mother Johanna. Zodor looked like he was going to step forward and draw his weapon, and then, seeing the two of them there, he paused, and he stepped back. They picked up Mother Johanna. She didn't really resist. She just looked at them and said, not to harm any of the people here. They paid no attention. They grabbed her and pulled her out into the street. Once they were out, Zodor stepped forward. I wanted to go after them. He said, this isn't your job. It's mine. They won't miss me. And he said, do you have a piece of paper or something I can write on? I gave him something, and he scribbled a note. Then he said he was going to give it to someone to get to some friends of his. Then he was out the door. I glanced through just long enough to see him heading up north, maybe in the direction of where some of the Warforged had gone, I don't know. I closed and barred the door. As soon as the attack was over, I sent one of the children that we could spare, the ones that were not sick or injured and that weren't dealing with loss of any great amount. And I told them to go find, well, all of you. That was whom he had said the note should go to. That's all I know. She hasn't returned. She's been taken by them for what purpose I cannot say. Maybe they're part of Zodor's minions. It was all part of a plot on his part.
And at that,
could be.
Valerian holds up their hand, and it's a large hand. It's like, do not question Zodor Tarev's involvement in this as anything other than helping the town. Put those thoughts out of your head. He is acting on behalf of salvation. If he wasn't, he would not have summoned me. Do you understand?
He shrugs. I will take it on your word then.
And you know what my word is worth to this town and your church. So I trust that will hold your bond. I'm going after her now with my friends, those who I can bring with me, and we hope to recover her before tomorrow. Thank you. And I give him 150 gold. Use this for whatever supplies you need to help people. and hopefully the next time you see me, it will be with the mother in tow. And with that, I turn around and try out the door.
Okay. One timing point, though. She was taken hours ago. So
Doesn't matter. That's fine. I
okay,
understand.
I'm just letting you know. That's fine.
You have time before the Argon leaves, and I'm going to at least scout it out. So
Okay. Well,
it may come to nothing, but I have to try.
That's fine. Yeah, just be aware that it may be that they were taken into the gray with the other captives, but that's fine. Like I'm letting you know that that's like she was not the only one kidnapped. Like there were a bunch of people, Sky Blue, of course, and others that were taken. And in fact, one thing that occurs to you, Alarian, as you leave, is that there is another darker possibility which has presented itself to you, which is that at first you thought, not many people here, and then you thought, maybe because many of them were killed. But now a darker position occurs to you.
Oh, they were taken.
Yes. And it occurs to you...
So well rescuing the hostages last time.
Well, and indeed, the Lord of Blades has been doing this business of capturing people to add to his enslaved army, to his... to be minions, servants, something. Yep. But yes.
Saruman all over again. Oh, sorry.
His disposable workforce?
His disposable...
Yeah, exactly.
Do you remember how the Warforged came into being? No.
Anson does.
So I come back to the house. Actually, who's here now? It's just Tanton, and that's it.
It would be funny if there's just a bunch of empty bottles and just Tanton still working.
He's sitting there with a drink that's sort of like 3/4 the way, and she's just sort of sitting there. Rowan's gone, Mary May's gone, and she's not quite watching Tanton, but she's not approaching him while he works.
Okay. Larian will go to you. You're sitting down, you said?
Yep, I am. Very tiny at this point.
I know. So he will kneel and still probably looms over you, or they will kneel and still probably looms over you.
Does that mean he touches the ground?
No, he's kneeling, floating, but he's still floating.
Oh, okay.
Actually, he'll probably sit, or they will probably sit because it's easier.
Yeah.
And then they say, I say, I have a lead on where they took Mother Johanna, and I wish to follow it up. I could use some help.
Timing Greg.
Mm-hmm.
Is this the same day as the battle?
Yeah, it's the evening of it, but yes.
So the spells that I would have left are...
Can you recover anything on a short rest? Because you certainly had time for that.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Not that many things I can... Let's see. I used my ring. I believe I had some cantrips and 2 level 2 spells and 1 level 3 spell. Oh, hey! Locate object. Level 3 spell. I can help you. I don't have very many spells, but I have 1 level 2 spell left. She has an object. She has her sigil.
I would assume so.
I can see if I can locate it. Oh, wait. Sorry. Hold on. Let me say, before I say that, that's 1,000 feet, isn't it? Oh, she's totally not within 1,000 feet of me.
Nope.
It's unlikely.
Well, I'm very limited on spells, but I'll do what I can.
We have a way to contact Marame and
Not at this
Rowan.
point. My spells. I'm very tired. It has been a very, very long day. I can help, but not as much as I normally do. I could cure you a little bit. I could.
Since we are so far behind, it is likely that the scouting trip will come to nothing, but I still wish to look.
If you need me, I will come.
Where did Marame say she was going?
She believes that the town needs someone to inspire them right now. I believe she's headed out to the market.
Oh, I was just there. Then
Well, if
I will come with me if you would, and I will come find her, and maybe the three of us will
she
go poke
stops you
around.
and she kind of grabs your hand and she sort of gestures toward Tanton.
Actually, I need him to keep working. This is not a fighting. This is a pre-scouting mission. And again, given how much time has elapsed since the time she was taken, and given what we know of what the Lord of Blades is doing with these people, I have a feeling it's not going to come to anything concrete, but I still want to look. And that looking is 90% of what we're doing.
Okay.
Unless we have eyes on her, we will not be engaging any potential enemy forces we might find to the north.
So,
unless I see her. Then all
Okay.
bets are off. In the meantime, him getting Spanner up and running and kind of triaging the armor
Mother
I'm going to
Johanna
use.
has been taken. She is in the gray. That
Yeah.
is what she is. And we
Well, that's all around us. So yes.
No. If she has been taken by enemy Warforged, she is where Sky Blue is. And the time that we could be doing other things is now rather than randomly casting about. I understand your need. I understand your need to do something. You are a hammer looking for a nail. But right now, Alarian, I think we need you here. And I think if you need to shore something up, it's this town, because we need a town to come back to. Right now, I believe that Mother Johanna is where Sky Blue is. And as soon as I have time to rest, I will do my utmost to contact her, Sky Blue. And she has the experience to be able to tell me what we need to know. I understand your need to find her, but we can't. I'm so sorry, but we can't. Please don't go running off into the gray because you feel like you have let her down. You have not. You have done what you have needed to do for this town.
Is not running off into the gray alone. That's why I came to get help.
I understand that, but I am nowhere near my best right now. Neither is Mary May. You are asking me to do something that I will do, but I am counseling you that this is the wrong decision. So the decision is now in your hands.
All right. I am going to trust that you are correct. It does make sense that they will bring all of it once again, much like the flying fortress. It makes sense they will bring them all together for ease of captivity.
If Zordor, by the message you told me about, is going to everybody drink. There's a cat in the water in there. I need water.
Mm-hmm.
I have soda, but
I got water and tea. It's fine.
Yep.
if Zodor is true to his word, and I have no reason to not believe it, he is finding where she is, and he will get a message to us.
That is probably true, unless he is captured as well, and then we'll have to save him.
Then we will save him along with everybody else, but we all, even you, need to rest. Even the strongest of us has our breaking points, and we have had a very long day.
And I regard you for a long moment and don't say anything, and then just say, remember, we weren't able to save everyone last time. I am hoping that we will do better this time.
Alarian, I learned 4 years ago that I can't save everyone.
That does not preclude the trying, though.
No, it doesn't. However, it does mean looking at the situation and doing your best for that situation.
This is true. This is true.
Now, going out and having a conversation with Merme about what she is doing and backing her up would be very, very good.
Very well. It probably is a good idea to show solidarity in these times. You wish to come with, or do you wish to stay?
She glances at me, Tantan, and she says, I'm going to stay here.
Very well. I will go find both of them. But we will not leave the town.
Thank you.
Until the Argonth is ready to move out.
And promise me you will rest at some point tonight.
Oh, I will. I do not need as much as you fleshly beings, but I will rest. It has been, as you said, it has been a day for all of us.
Do you still need any healing? I have a cure wounds left.
I will be all right in the morning. The curatives you gave me during the battle have restored me almost to full, and my armor will regenerate during the rest period.
Okay.
Thank you. And thank you for your wisdom. You are correct. It pains me to admit it, not because of who said it or why you said it, but because it is the right course of action. And I could not see that in the moment.
You're a good person.
Okay. Get up and float back out again.
You're a good
She was about to say you're a
floating
good man,
guy
but she's
person.
like, wait.
Uh,
I have no idea. Where is Hellar in all this? Is he just sort of like
He's just watching.
under the wall? Like,
yeah,
watching
Halar.
this to make sure that there's no big fight?
No, Halar, and this is the way that Halar often is, when he wants to be, visible and seen, like he obviously is around, but a lot of times he is sort of there, nursing a drink, and as you know, very rarely intervenes unless there's a reason that he's just like, wait, people are going off the rails, which may be one reason that you all respect him more than traditional leaders, that you might have worked for. But no, Halar is there. And sitting actually not too far from where the draped over, oracle is. Before we talk about Merame, I do want to ask Rowan, because I know Rowan had departed just quickly. Rowan, were you headed anywhere after you left, or just sort of, I think you were in the general vicinity, right? But I don't think you were, or were you wandering off somewhere that I didn't know about yet?
I was wandering towards the Argonth.
Oh, okay. Let me cover that first, because I want to have Merame sort of finish up this set piece here. So, when you're heading to the Argonth, what is your plan as you head in that direction?
I love that I'm doing this after having the most wonderful conversation, but I'm looking for General Taresh.
Oh my god.
Oh. Outstanding. Okay. Intense conversation the 7th.
Yeah, all right, yeah.
Let me see. Well, by the time you're up doing this, it's probably going to be about... It's probably going to be
dark.
closing. Yeah, it's going to be closing in at midnight, I would think, by this time, because there's been a lot back and forth there. The only issue, really, and I don't have the one that shows the ship here, but basically the Argonth is floating more or less above this, or close to that building. The real issue is the fact that the
Sky Blue's right there.
and you see her.
We found her.
Hey!
But it occurs to you as you go up there that the Argonth is kind of, there are many guards there. Of course, they would allow you on if you asked. But the general is clearly going to be asleep and is being medically tended to after his injury. So it might take a whole lot of fast talking, and they're not likely to let you in, although that doesn't mean that they absolutely won't, Rowan, but they might not let you in. Not because of you being you, but just because, like, the general is being taken care of because of 6 million injuries.
Are we about
Okay.
to lose John? Yes, we
Oh,
are.
we just
Okay.
lost John. Okay. Oh no.
Oh
All right.
no.
That's right. Let me jump
So-
back so I can actually get Brandon on screen.
Oh God.
Yeah, hang on. Keep talking.
Just
I'm
lean
So
lean to
who's-
your left. Yeah. You'll be in frame.
My left?
Yes, your left. A little further past the microphone. There you go. We can kind of see
Oh
you.
my
Yeah,
God.
Go ahead.
I'm
ahead.
just gonna hold this position.
Right there.
terrifying.
Right there.
Okay.
We got your
All right, I
hand
got
in
you
the
back.
wrong
I got you
telephone.
back. This
Okay.
will last for
All right.
for a little bit until John gets back.
Mhm. So, who is in General Teresh's room?
Well, so Teresh's room, he would have his own separate quarters. So he would have bodyguards out front, like the bridge, where you typically meet with Captain Ironic and all that. That is its own separate place. His room would be nearby. I don't know that you've actually ever been in his quarters, but he would have several guards in front of it, and presumably has a medical, as a doctor of some kind, as a healer, attending to him inside his quarters at the moment.
This is a terrible idea. So I walk up to one of the guards and say, this is very embarrassing. I know that this is a very terrible hour in the dark, and I know that for all manner of reasons, it would be difficult for you to accommodate this, but at this hour, it is actually vitally important that I deliver a quite candid, urgent message to General Tyresh in private.
So the guard looks at you as if you've just asked, would it be okay if I take the Argonth and drive it directly into the ground? And he's like, you want to speak
And
to
while
General?
that's happening,
Yeah.
I take off my belt, I take my 2 daggers out of my pocket, and I take my arm off. And I put it in his hands.
There, I am unarmed. Ah! Let me in.
Well, you've already disarmed me in this conversation. I'm sorry. He looks down at these items, and you go in to see the general. I wasn't worried you were going to assassinate him. He's in there. He's given orders not to be disturbed.
If he is not disturbed this hour, he will judge all 3 of us for not having done so in the morning.
And so the guard looks at like the other guard, who looks back at him, and I would like you to make a persuasion check, please. It's going to be a disadvantage. Sorry, Brandon.
Disadvantage, no.
Now, before you roll, I would remind chat that we are. There is one more TTRPG coming up this month for sure, which is on Tuesday, Shire Adventures, and maybe next Saturday as part of the subathon, though that's not yet confirmed. But otherwise, we're heading towards the end of the month. So, if you have an inspiration...
Yes, exactly.
I'm glad you asked. You know who has inspirations? Let me show you. These are the people who have inspirations. And while I'm on that subject, if you're like, gee, I wish I could inspire like those people can. Well, you can if you were to support the channel. Yeah, Prince Justin is not it. No, you already help people, Prince Justin. There's nothing
I
you can do
love
about
how
that.
Tren asked that question. Tren is on the list.
Tren is on the list.
Tren only has 1 left. Tren usually has 2.
That's true. But I think Tren used one. I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
2 weeks.
And you're probably saving the other one for Shire Adventures. Okay, I see you.
Mm-hmm.
So you said Deception?
Yep, Shadowed Mage has one. I don't know if Shadowed Mage was here before. Shadow Mage still has one, but yes, Deception. No, you're not trying to deceive, are you? Or are you? Are you like, oh no, this is the most important thing?
The thing that I told that guard is a lie.
Oh, I see. No, Drew,
He's
both
not
channel
gonna be
point ones have
candid.
been used. Okay, then I would say then not persuasion. Then let's say deception, but it's still going to be a disadvantage either way. Having nothing to do with your ability. It's just that they're like they were
just roll
told
high.
don't mess with this thing. Yeah.
Just roll high and you'll be fine. What did I just tell
Well, even advantage wouldn't have helped, unfortunately. The guard sort of looks at you sympathetically. He says, "Look,
I saw what you all did to save the salvation down there, and a lot of this Brailish too. But we can't do it. The general will have our head, and he'd mean it too. And he hands over and he says, "Plus, I wouldn't want you to lose your arm. Here's your arm back." And he kind of hands it back over.
I put the arm back in place and I say, "Perfectly fair, but if it can be done at all, before the beginning of our journey in the morning, it is urgent that I speak to General Tyrash."
Well, I'll let him know about that for sure. Yeah, I mean, he'll be around. He's going to be on the ship.
Of course. And we should be here mighty early, but it will be vital before we get ourselves into trouble that we're bound to, that he hears what I have to say.
He nods and he says, "All right, and sorry about I couldn't let you in. Also about your arm. Sorry about that too."
Thank you very much. What's your name, soldier?
And he says,
Kevin.
he's like, Kiris, my lord.
Kiris?
Yes.
How long have you been here?
Well, this is my 12th tour, sir, but it's the 6th on the Argonth. And, well, I've been one of the general's guards for, and he looks over at his companion, who's clearly a little younger. 5 years now, I'd say.
Fair enough. I hope that your next 5 years of service are not as eventful as the last few nights have been.
He nods. Well, I hope Eberron hears that one, sir, for sure.
Mm-hmm. And I leave.
Okay. So let us jump over to Merime. Merime, you said that you were going around the town and you were using your voice. You made this very clear to be able to go around the town. Nope, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to lose Brandon again. No Brandon left behind. I'm going back to this screen where the pictures are all fine before John comes back. Okay, so Merime, as you're going around the town, what are you sort of singing? Like, what is your intention in terms of like bolstering morale and like?
Wasted time by the eagle. No, sorry.
Oh, baby, there you stand.
So I have 3 inspirations left, so I'm going to use them on 3 individuals who look like they particularly need their spirits bolstered, first of all. So I'll go by and just kind of so I let you kind of picture this, but yeah, I'm going around kind of where it's busy, and I give off the 3 extra inspirations for people who look like they need it or they need help with a particular task or something. And then I mean, it's getting late. People must be tired, grieving, heartbroken, maybe a little bit feeling victorious depending on what mood is. So I'll kind of head to where there's as many people kind of who can hear the music. I am a bard. I do believe in the inspirational power of music. So I will head to where most people will hear. I don't need to be on a stage or anything. I just need to be.
Okay.
present.
There are actually some people. Who are gathered around in the streets outside near the inn. There's obviously the inn itself is not in any state to be inhabited, but perhaps out of habit or something, some people have kind of gathered around nearby. There are a few if you could imagine like the metal barrels that have been, set alight, some fire so people can stay warm. And there is this sort of general, people kind of standing around, again, sort of not looking very much at each other, staring at the ground, although when they see you, there are some smiles and kind of nods and some whispered thanks in your direction for sure. But in general, despite salvation, the people's, ragged cheer upon defending salvation, the sort of enormity of what they're facing is kind of set in, and there's a real weariness you can feel about them there.
Okay. So I will pull up my lute, which miraculously survived the battle and survives many things.
Yes.
And I will tune it because it is probably always out of tune.
Brum, 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 brum. Yeah, it's way out of tune. Yes.
I will plug it into my amplifier.
Outstanding.
Sure.
And your wah pedal, I assume. You won't know how. Yeah. I assume you're singing a different kind of song.
I am going to get the drummer to, anyways, start the beat, and then I will start singing now. Remember that I do have a cold, but I have a little ditty, or at least part of a little ditty, that I will start singing.
Wait, let me shut off the music.
Oh.
Okay. Right.
I hadn't even thought of that. But it's the background of Salvation. Okay.
Yeah, but.
Okay. So it starts like this, more or less, and she's tired, so it takes her a little moment, Standing in ashes, bravery against danger, tears on eyelashes, your song is not over. The grace surrounds you, but it does not own you. You are inspiration, you are salvation. Stand again, the dawn will break again, and you will be here when the sun comes. The gray will not win. Not against you, salvation. And then she goes on and on. Longer than me.
It's very nice.
Thank you. Thank you. I have no voice today. Wait.
But fortunately we were able to break out the new one of the new Arvani sing emotes.
Oh yay!
I would like you to make a performance check for me, Mermaid.
Should I make it an advantage because I sang?
Yeah, you know what? Yes.
I heart you a lot.
I will always do that if people are willing to do that, and it's
with a sore throat, might I add?
No, listen, I know trust me, I know the feeling quite
right?
well.
I know
as
you
of the last
do.
Couple of weeks. I would say so. Question: you had just made this song up completely.
That's a 21 for those of you.
Sorry, yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
You had just made this song up. Merame had made this song up entirely from whole cloth, or was this drawing upon anything Merame might have heard walking around, the town of Salvation for months and months over the time that you've known it?
So, it's drawn from pieces of knowing Salvation, like bravery against danger was the tattoo that I don't remember her name had. And yeah, there are a few things that I've heard, and a few things that I've heard tonight. So yeah, it is built from Salvation, for Salvation.
Okay. So the reason I mention that is that as I restore Brandon's window to success now that John is back. Okay. So as you do some of the chorus, the chori, I guess, as you go through some of the many chori, as you go through the different chorus and verses, you notice that there's a moment where the people have just been sort of silently listening, and then you hear some of them, a couple of tremulous voices picking up next to yours, harmonizing with the bravery and danger. At one point, you hear as they're speaking, you hear this sound of a kind of an older voice, and there's this old man who's singing, "And danger is salvation." He's got that sort of the I don't know if I can describe it well. The voice of someone who is old but is much better than you would expect. Like you're just kind of like, damn, like where is that been? And
it's a Disney movie.
It's a Disney movie. There is a point where the sound is there are a number of people that are actually either singing or at least kind of listening and sort of resonating, I would say, with what that is. And people do at the end of that sort of give a smile and wave to you, and a couple of family members you can see kind of hug each other. Merame, I would like you to get another hero point for me, please.
Oh, thank you. Wow.
You did it.
Thank you.
So yeah. So once that's done, what what then?
Once that's done, I guess it depends if others have found me or
Probably. In fact, I think Ilarion, that actually fits pretty well because Ilarion, as you're out looking for, suddenly you hear this like, and the flames of the, just like you're like from somewhere, like what the hell? And it sounds like it's coming from the inn. Actually,
I've heard that voice before. Yeah. I will float over to the door and just not go inside. I don't want to distract.
Well, no, the inn's mostly leveled. I mean, like it's at least 2/3 of it is. They're just
door with no
exactly.
walls around it.
The people are all standing around outside in the street, basically, Larry. And so
right,
you can
works.
like as you come up, you can see them. So.
All right. Well, I'll still remain. I don't want to draw away from Merrimay and the whole moment they're having, so I'll stay on the outskirts, far enough away, but close enough to see what's happening and just kind of observe until she finishes what she's doing.
Okay.
once I'm done and I see him and everyone's I'm hoping their spirits are up and they're having their own fun and kind of feeling a little bit more like themselves, like they're not about to just give up and die. Bit of merrymaking, then I would join Ilarion at that point. Once I'm comfortable with where they're at spirit. I don't expect them to be like, cheering, and I expect them to at least be a little bit. I hope that they will find at least some courage and inspiration for the days to come.
Okay. And Ilarion, you can now approach if you like as the so-called party starts to break up a little bit.
Glitter.
The merrymaking with the merrymake.
Making. Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Are there more people you need to see, or are we done for the evening?
Well, I could use some rest. I just wanted to sing a few songs that were niggling at the back of my mind.
It is good for them that those were niggling enough and had to be released. I think it is a good thing that you've done here. Is there anywhere else you need to go before we stop at Halar's or head back to Halar's for the evening?
No, I'm happy to follow you, my friend. Are you okay? Do you need to do anything else?
I have accomplished all I can here for the time being. It is time for us to go and try to save those who have been taken by the Lord of Blades. So, yeah, for now, the town will have to fend for itself. On the way back, I'll fill you in about what I found out about Johanna Teleskendros and all that.
Perfect.
Yeah. So there are 2 people we need to save, and as a wise person told me, they're probably in the same place. That person being your sister.
She is wise indeed. That sounds good. Let's get some rest, my friend. I believe that we will need all of our wits about us tomorrow.
Indeed. All right, then with that, we're going to head back.
And assuming Rowan does the same thing, having left, after the conversation with the guard, then comes up to, I would say that unless Tanton has anything else that I have missed, then I would say
How
that...
long has it been?
Since they, well, I mean, probably given they were all sitting having a drink, couple hours, probably, okay. Tanton, I would guess, yeah. But which means it's late though. That means we're looking at 1 in the morning,
something like that.
I was
trying to figure out how long it would take Tanton to do what he needs to do. But
okay. Well, Dragon, you could have used the inspiration before, but actually it wouldn't have mattered because for Rowan it ended up not. That would have been a 9 instead of an 8. But so it didn't matter in this case. But also, hi, Dragon, good to see you. Okay, so you get on the Argonth the next day. And the Argonth is as prepared as it can be, and it's a very strange vibe you can get. I think everyone probably knows a little bit about the feeling of this if you've lived in a particular spot for a while, or particular neighborhood. Or one of the things I use as an example of this is my university community. When I walk into the hallway, going to my classroom to teach, I can always get a sense of the vibe of the place. There are times where there's a kind of agitation in the air, other times where people feel like they're generally in a good mood. And there's a sense here, I would think, of a combination of both. There's pride, that the Argonth is still here, Brayland is still here. And again, universally, I want to make clear that everybody that sees any of the 5 of you, 6 counting Halar, all of collectively just are clapping you on the back and like, just sort of nodding in positive words. Like everyone knows what you accomplished. And so they have nothing but good things to say about you. But nonetheless, you can sense that behind their sense of, like praise for you, there's a real resigned weariness. You can tell that the soldiers do not feel good about what's about to happen. Not just because they're going into the gray, but because it's the Argonth is taking it on the chin, and they've tried to make repairs as best they can, but they didn't even get done with all of the sort of refittings that they were trying to do before the attack happened. So, so when you get on,
While that's
oh yeah, go ahead.
while
Ron.
that's happening,
You wanted to
while
talk.
we're
I know you
walking
wanted to talk to
through
the general.
crowd.
Yeah.
No, but, well, while we're walking through the crowd, one of the things I'm doing while everybody is greeting us, whenever I'm like close enough to be able to say that like intimately to each individual person, I'll grab their hand or grab their forearm and tell them, "We didn't do this. You did this." I have that for every single person.
And a lot of them are kind of like, and sort of, some of them do the kind of just like, no, I won't hear any of that, type of thing. But several of them hear you. One woman kind of nods, really sort of takes that in, and then says kind of shyly that she originally was from Salvation before she joined the Braelish army, and that she was really grateful that, you were around to be a part of it, and she joined the army so she could try to save places like this, and you did it even if you didn't have to. So there's the very nice like exchanges like this. And Rowan, as the ship is about to is basically just starting to head off on its way, Captain Ironic is commanding the sort of immediate ship duties, but you were approached by several guards who have said that the general has asked to see you based upon a message that he received the night before. Clearly your message, in case you're confused, like that apparently he was like...
Yeah, I go ahead of the group immediately.
Okay. And he is standing with his hands clasped behind his back. He's still got his full, armor and, the whole bit, like the whole look. And he's...
Hold on real quick. Are we all going in?
They asked for Rowan specifically. You can, if you wish, try to come in, but the impression that I shouldn't say that. They won't say don't come. They just said that specifically, and you did all hear this, that based upon the message that they had received, the general had asked to see Rowan.
Oh, that's fine. Okay, I have no problem with that.
Okay.
And Nician is doing the thing that you and I have discussed, Greg.
Yes. Okay. So, and that'll be important actually because the Argonth is going to be heading into the Grey momentarily. So, so Rowan, when you arrive at basically the captain's quarters, he's actually standing outside in the hallway looking out at one of the great sort of windows. His quarters is actually right next to the bridge. So the bridge has all the windows front, and then there's his quarters, and then next to it is the hallway, and there are the sort of windows on the left side of the hallway. And he's standing looking out, and because of the way the ship is moving, it's floating in the general direction of the Grey. So as he's looking out the left side, he's looking at Salvation as it kind of gradually recedes as the ship turns to make the path directly into the Grey. And the general, sensing that you're there, sort of turns, and he says, yes, my understanding is that you had something to say to me. I believe your name is... You were Rowan Shallow, and my understanding is that you were, I saw for myself that you had some major role in the battle yesterday. I should expect nothing less from those connected with your group and those around you. So, thank you for your bravery.
Just to clarify, for that, when we first met Tyrech, I introduced myself to Tyrech with my false identity. So my name is Tyrone Morrow.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That's quite right. Yep. Thank you for the reminder. That's right, Tyrone. So he said, yes, I have it. The alter ego. Yeah, sorry. So I forgot that the only one who knows that at the moment because you used it with him. So yes. So he says Tyrone Morrow, I believe. Again, I am grateful for your role in this affair. I'm quite busy and have some things to attend to, but I understand you wish to speak to me about something.
Yes, well, first, of course, to thank you for all of the efforts that you have made to safeguard salvation. This place is obviously very important to all of these individuals. It's important to have strong bonds with citizens that are willing to do what is necessary to ensure that justice prevails when wickedness is this strong and it is in this powerful number.
Well, that is our sacred task, of course, to protect all the citizens of Brayland. That's my job. It's what I was sent here to do.
And I walk up to him and I put my hand out for a handshake.
And so he sort of pauses, and then he returns the handshake. It's the handshake of someone who is clearly not super used to doing this. You know, like he's kind of like he knows how to do it, but it's sort of stiff, might be the way to describe it.
Mm-hmm. And what follows, I want to qualify very specifically.
Okay. 2 guards in the room in case you just in case. Just want to make clear.
Yeah.
All right. Just making sure. I'm sure it's fine. I'm just letting you know.
Shocking grasp.
I push him out the window, and that's our
right.
show. Oh Jesus!
I can shock and grasp him right now.
Oh,
I
my
can wall
God.
of fire right upon him.
Oh, and don't undo the things that I have done. He's
I
actually
could
being
banish
human.
him. I
You
could
were
banish
supposed
him
to be
and
the
then
chosen
stand here
one.
for an hour.
Be the chosen one.
You were supposed
So
to bring balance to the gray.
So I grab his hand, and I give it a very firm handshake. And the thing that I'm qualifying here is, I am not trying to intimidate him. I'm not trying to intimidate him, but
Okay.
But
I hold his gaze very, very strongly. Not like with like clear malice or hostility, but like
Right.
just this like warm but strong gaze.
Right.
Holding his hand very firmly. And while he's focusing just on me, I'm going to cast Minor Illusion to make everything in his periphery seem soft and covered in mild glitter, as if he's looking at me through camera bokeh.
Okay.
So you're turning yourself into a soft focus Angela Lansbury.
Right. I was gonna say, instantly 70s sci-fi film, like just do. Right. Okay.
And still holding his gaze, still holding his hand, I say, you are undeniably a force for good in this world. Often it may not feel like you are or like you have earned the things that prove that good, but I am here not merely to confess that I have seen it, but to confess that this evening in salvation itself was a kind of kismet to verify to you that when you walk in good grace, you can be the man that no one mocks and the man that every man trusts. And if you keep walking in that path for as long as you can, not only will this war be won, but your name will be on the pages of the letters that speak of the day when war is done at all. And then I take away the illusion immediately, let go of his hand very gently, and go, thank you so very much for doing the work that you have done here. I hope that as we progress into the Grey, we can get even more powerful work done to end this mess that we're in. And I hope that you will help us ensure victory.
So So he stands there like, and you've let go of his hand, and he's kind of looks down, looks back up. Oh man, what am I gonna roll on this?
Come on,
I mean, it has to be a
it has to.
it has to be a persuasion with advantage if you have to make me roll. But also,
no. Well, okay. So just to be clear, you will have an effect regardless. I'm just trying to think about the impact of how far it'll go. Let me have you make a persuasion check. I agree with you that it's an advantage. Yes. Although you have those hero points, but no, it's fine.
You know what? This is terrible. What does a hero point do again?
Okay, so a hero point is going to allow you to add. Here, let me get the.
Hold on.
The exact description. I got it. I got it too.
I got it. There.
Yeah. So can be right exactly can be used after the die is rolled, but before the effect happens.
That will turn my 11 into a 17.
Well, you have to roll it though. 1d6.
I have to 1d6. Right. R1d6, please give me whole 6, please. I kind of need it out there. I want to save this person's.
Wow. Yeah, let's go.
Like he said.
1 second.
Oh God, Rowan! I can't believe you're doing what you're doing.
Man!
I was trepidatious, but so far you're so good.
While he's leaned out, I got to say there was a moment where I was getting ready to smirk and lean in, going somewhere. Tanton throws up in his mouth a little bit, and then you kept talking, and I was like, "Oh, damn!"
Yes, yes. See, and Nisiana will never know you did this, and that makes me so sad.
Okay.
Oh, you're gonna want to know what happens immediately after I leave this room.
Me?
Well, I don't have no idea what's gonna happen.
He casts thunder.
I'm sure gonna want to
General
thunder
Kyresh
wave
out the window.
Fireball.
He turns around. He's like, and now Boca Fireball. No. So okay, that was a very clutch hero point use. I'm glad we had that. Okay. All right. So when you let go of his hand, and this happens the way I've described, he sort of stares at it and looks back at you, and he says, there's someone else who spoke to me this way, and I didn't fully understand why. It's not really anyone else's place to tell me, and I had cause to...
Talk to you in what manner, sir?
Oh, well, about considering aspects of how I might come across, and I had cause to do something I haven't had cause to do much of, and my career...
I'm very sorry. To be clear, I'm not sure what you mean. I just came here to congratulate you on the good work that you've done in Salvation so far. The angle that I'm going for is that conversation didn't actually happen.
He's just like, well, it made me think, so... And then he's sort of becomes aware that his guards are both staring at him, and he's just, yes, well, thank you, and Eberron be with you and praised. On you go. Like, he says stuff which clearly doesn't, like, none of it matches up, like, may God bless Eberron with Brayland, and also with you, saith the Lord. Like, he just clearly has no idea what he's... and sort of randomly waves at you. It's very obvious, Rowan, that he is very confused about all of that. Yeah.
And may everyone keep you, General. Let's ensure that the next few days of travel will be as uneventful as possible as we route these Warforged to the Doom. And I step out.
Mm-hmm.
I take it at this point everyone else has now arrived.
Well, I think they were waiting for you because they were in the Argonth. Yes, everyone's in the Argonth, but
cool.
Yeah.
So then I step towards Tanton and I lean in very close and say, you won't have to laugh at him after all, but if you tell anyone that I told you, I will stab you.
Tanton is... There's a an entire steel defender with a clear weld seam down the middle around the long axis all the way down, where he's basically put the two halves of these things together, and he's like, he put like the little ring on its chest. He puts his hand on there, and his dragon mark tattoos start glowing all the way up his arm, and he just wham hits it, and this huge electrical jolt goes through, and for a moment it all glows really bright and then pales down, and he's like, and he leans in towards the ear and says, "Spanner," and it lights up, and it kind of looks around, and it sits down next to him, and he turns to Rowan and says, "I'm sorry, what did you say?"
Oh, nothing at all.
All right.
I actually really like the image I of that, because as the party is there, and we see the great fortress ship of Argonth sailing slowly, and just as it passes into the gray, you can see the sort of back of the ship, and from the down below in Salvation, you can see the old man who was singing the night before, pointing up at the ship next to a child young enough to be his granddaughter, and kind of pointing at the ship up there, and she's sort of nodding up at him as they're looking up at it. And then, meanwhile, on the front of the ship, as we get back onto the ship, you can see General Tyresh with his arms folded, just staring out the window at the gray. And at the other end of the hallway, Big Bara, who also Warforged expression, of course, static as always, staring out the window into the gray. And last of all, the five of you, with Halar leaning back against the wall, and watching as Spanner sits down next to Tanton. And that, I think, is where we're going to bring our session for today to a close.
Somewhere out in the gray, the other Spanner just disintegrates.
Oh yeah, gee, yes, that's an image that's a nice image too. I like the idea that happens at the same time that the new one is assembled. Also, one just bit of business, which is that the Oracle has been brought on board and is under heavy guard, but heavy guard that Hilar has access to. Hilar got this confirmed 6 ways to Sunday. That is to say that, like, no other... And so the Braelish soldiers have basically been told that, like, if they think of breathing in that direction, they will be drawn and quartered and thrown outside the ship. Like don't go there. And they are not inclined to do that anyway, because we're going to talk about those Braelish soldiers in our next session, but not today. Oh my goodness. I absolutely loved this. Especially what I loved was, as I've always said, the balance between, we get some combat and we get some role play. But what I love here is how each feeds into the other, how what was happening in combat had a direct influence on what it was you chose to role play with each other. And the surprise and yet the perfect nature in which the characters become both more like themselves and strikingly different in ways that both fit but also demonstrate organic growth, right? That it's not just like, yeah, that was a type, we knew they were going to do this, then they knew they were going to do this, that they also had their own sort of views about how something was going to proceed. And man, I loved watching every part of that unfold. That was great, and it's going to set up beautifully for what is going to be a very intense series of sessions as we continue here with Judgment of Iron going forward. But lovely work from everybody in the party as always. Not that I expect anything less from this crew, but just, very, very good stuff. Let me start with John here on the bottom right. John, this is one of the examples of what I meant. Ilarion surprised me today. I didn't know that when Ilarion came back that Ilarion was going to be that easily persuaded. There were a lot of people today, a lot of characters that had a very definitive, here's how this is going to go down feel, but because of who spoke to them and under what circumstances and how the conversations happened, that didn't necessarily play out the one might expect. Tren did a version of this back at Curse of Strahd, which I've referred to several times, about a character that he really disliked, that in the process of discussing it sort of acknowledged, well, I may have thought wrongly about you. You remember the guy in the and that very much reminded me of this with Ilarion, because once Nisiana, who handled that beautifully, spoke to Ilarion was like, you know what? You're right, actually, and played a roll up of Nisiana's growing wisdom with the crew, with the King's Citadel, which may not have been something people would have been expected. So I was, in a very positive way, surprised by that. I love the fact that Ilarion has made this connection with Mother Johanna, but I love also that there is this whole sense of like how the team functions together and what makes the most sense to save people, which is really what the team wants to do on behalf of Braylon. So very cool stuff, I thought, with all of this tonight. How did you feel about this session, John? And again, as always, where will the fine folks find you next?
Yeah, that kind of surprised me too. I was really on the nice edge of, is Ilarion going to start charging off there, even though once she laid down the reason why, and they are logical sometimes to a fault, but once she laid out the reasons why it didn't make sense to do that, now it's like, well, she's right. So there was no defense other than an emotional one, which doesn't really work in this situation. Of course, it's not because I must, they want to make sure they view her as the last. So I was talking to both Merime and Nisiana, I think my memory is that they see her as the last beacon of hope in this town. And it's very important that she survived to continue to be that, as irascible and sometimes kind of standoffish as she is. But it was just unassailable to come back from that, like, well, damn it, she's right. And then, of course, I was not going to have her come with when she was depleted, which she did mention, which was very wise. It's like, we're, not at full strength. We have this whole other thing to do. And I'm like, yeah. So there was really, once it was laid out that way, there was no other choice. And Ilarion's smart enough and wise enough to admit that and just put aside their desires for the greater good at this point. So that's how that went down. But yeah, it was a nice bit. I'm glad I got my device. I'm not going to lie about that. I think that Q Force is going to be very handy in the future.
Would agree.
Very soon. And yeah, this was a lot of fun. I wrote that one. Sometimes I'm glad I'm an otherworldly being with very limited interactions with these meat beings, because that way I could just stand off and let other people handle it, which you all did. So I just had to sat back. Like, I was very hilarious in that way. I just sat back and observed everything. I am not getting involved because I didn't need to be. It was being taken care of. And it was just, I'm going to sit back and observe this. So yeah, lots of fun. Looking forward to the next session, whether it's next week or next month. Yep.
Good stuff as always. Thanks, John. Nice work with Ilarion. Jen, maybe Nisiana's best, most clearest definition of being the heart, I think, of the group that I've seen so far. The wisdom that sort of Nisiana lays out there, whether it's kind of the tough love approach to Tanton of kind of like, look, here's the deal, which is so interesting then that Tanton's real frustration is that she had been disrespected by the general, though admittedly that may only be a portion of what Tanton's feeling, but still that is a big portion of it, which is that she's disrespected and so she's mad at him for something. But the point is, like, she wants him to kind of get on the team and not walk on eggshells, and that was a very interesting moment. And obviously this conversation between Nisiana Tanton thing has been growing like this, force of nature, if you will, in the background. It was eventually going to be recognized. That's a good point.
Elementals.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Yeah, that still awaits. But nonetheless, there was going to be a moment where this conversation was going to happen. And then to follow it up with the conversation with Ilarion and to be like, look, here's how this has to go down. Like, you're not going to be able to, I know how you feel, but we're not going to be able to do this. I think really was reflective of what Nisiana actually means to the group, not just as a healer, but in terms of the overall impact that Nisiana possesses. And Nisiana's belief that she can save General Tyresh, as I mentioned, may have wide-ranging impacts on what happens down the line here. So that was, I think Nisiana's influence then was all over this in one way or another, and that was very interesting to watch. Not because I think Nisiana is going to become automatically the de facto leader, but I think is automatically the person that the group almost sees as kind of the conscience of the party in terms of the direction it turns it. And that, I think, is enormously important. Every team, incidentally, of adventurers in a game like this needs something like that. They need a little bit of a moral center of gravity around which they can pivot. And many of them contribute to it, and it can alter. It doesn't have to be just one person. But having someone that was able to embody that was nice. This was good stuff today, role play and otherwise. How'd you feel about today, Jen? And as always, where will folks find you next?
I really enjoyed today because usually I'm very focused on my sister, but today it was all about everybody else but my sister because I could trust my sister to go do her thing. And Tantan, she's so waiting for Tantan to yell at her, but she's like, okay, I yelled at him. He can yell at me. She has no idea his anger is about respect towards her and the others. She has no idea. And then with Rowan pointing out, are you always the mom? She's just like, what? Wait, what? What do you mean? I have no idea what you're talking about. Because sometimes she can feel very old and sometimes she's incredibly young.
Yep.
And then with Ilarion, it's like, I will support you, but I can't support you the way you need me to support you right now because I am exhausted. And it's like, I really enjoyed today. Also in the back channels, we had talked to the players and assured each other that we could have these kinds of conversations and like get up in each other's faces in character and be just fine out of character, which has always been lovely. So yeah, Nisiana has a lot to think about, especially between Tantan and Rowan. With Rowan, she's just like, oh God, I have no idea whether or not I can trust him, but he seems to be doing really good things. I mean, I trust him, but can I really trust him? And then Tantan, she's like, oh God, he's going to be so mad at me. And oh, Ilarion's going to be so disappointed in me because I couldn't do the thing that he wanted, because she's 18 freaking years old, but she also spent 4 years in the war on a trauma ward. So I absolutely loved today. I felt like it was time to bring some drama, and I'm like, it's time.
Yep.
I'm sorry. Tantan has been having freaking temper tantrums for freaking ever, and it was time. I had enough. Or actually, I should say Nisiana had enough.
Yes.
So where am I going to be? Let's see. This month, I'm going to be here. Next month, I am teaching a class on self-editing. November, I'll be a guest of honor as the editor for Oricon. And a very quick reminder, because I have to remember to do this, I have 2 new books out. One is self-published, The Many Deaths of Jennifer Brozek, and then the latest in my Shadowrun series, the Kilimanjaro Run. So I will be around. I'm on Instagram as Jennifer_Brozek. If you want to see more of my cats, I'm on Blue Sky as Jennifer Brozek. I'm still on Twitter for as long as that exists because, we all know what's happening there. And I do have my own website, jenniferbrozek.com. I have an email list once a month because my PA makes me do it, and that tells you everything of where I'm going to be. Otherwise, honestly, I'm mostly here 1 to 2 times a month. So, yeah. I had such a good time tonight. I mean, I'm going to be thinking about this like for the next week or so, going, oh God, did I say the right thing? So
that's good.
And that's Nisiana. She's freaking young, and I mean, part of her is old and part of her is young.
Yeah. Well, that balance, I think, or that tension maybe is always something which leads to some really good role play. So, good stuff, Jen. Thank you as always. John, actually, this might be a good time since we're talking about it for you just to bring up the thing you mentioned because
hold on,
the Shadowrun connection, if you can, before I get to
bring I'm getting the link. Hold on.
Oh, okay.
Come on.
Stretch,
and of course,
stretch.
or if Jen or someone could go to Discord and grab this and put it up there. So, anyways, real quick, we've been working with Humble Bundle for the past couple of years and done very well with them. And we have the Shadowrun Legends Humble Bundle is live right now. 42 books for the ridiculously low price of $18.
That's
You
ridiculous.
can't beat this, folks. Yeah, all ebooks. It's ready to go. And if someone would do me a favor and post that in the chat, because my iPad is not working like it should.
There it is.
Yeah, there it is. There we go. Yeah, it's a ridiculous price, and you can't beat it. And I just want to let people know, if you're looking to round out your collection, this is the way to start. So there you go. Okay, back to everything else. Thank you, sir. Yep.
And again, thanks, Jen. Good stuff tonight. So speaking of people that was getting a lot of stuff done RP-wise today, Brandon, man, what great stuff from Rowan. I mean, just one good thing after the other. The idea of sending Rowan after Tantan, first of all, worked out great. The way that Rowan managed it, and I think what I love most about Rowan's character is, I've talked about the idea that Rowan surprises me quite a bit. What I think I love about this the most is that I think Rowan presents himself in a very particular way. And the immediate thought on, I'm going to take away the stuff from the mage head. Like, in my mind, I'm like, Jesus, Tantan is like not in the mood for people to be like screwing around at this point. But I'm dead wrong about that. Like, what Rowan is doing there is not only lightening the mood, but establishing this connection that he and Tantan in particular share, because Tantan has worked on the arm that Rowan uses, and da-da-da-da-da. And there was this whole bit about Rowan kind of getting Tantan in trouble in the first place, like all of that. So this makes perfect sense that it sort of establishes them on their own ground. And then Rowan's conversation, which is very carefully constructed by Rowan, sort of leads Tantan in a particular direction. There is going to come a moment, I think, where Rowan will, I would guess, where Rowan is probably going to be like, throw down with somebody. And whenever that happens, it's going to be one of those like Thunderbolt deals, because Rowan has been so good at being able to navigate and sort of negotiate through egos and psychological concerns and whatever to kind of get to the center of something. So that in a way, Rowan has become someone who's become one of the best communicators of the group, honestly. And that happened again after, Rowan leaves, goes back and talks to Nisiana, and says this stuff about, I said the truest thing about, I love that line, the truest thing about you. And then she says, that I don't know what I'm doing. He's like, no, that's true, but it's not the truest thing, but it's the thing that contributes to the truest thing. I'm like, oh, this is all gold. I'm just going to sit here and continue. So that was brilliant. And then the stuff with Tyresh, like, I had no idea what you were doing. I'm like, why are you going to talk to Tyresh? And then Rowan just walks up there, and the bouquet thing with the glitter was killing me. That was too much. But like, absolutely brilliant, right? Because it establishes another person who's sort of communicating the same message, which Rowan knows about through Nisiana, to be able to make this stuff work. It's just great stuff. And again, surprised me because of how organically it both makes sense and isn't necessarily what I would have expected from thinking about the character when was first pitched, months and months and months ago, Brandon, when we talked about it. So really great RP through this. Again, not that I expect anything less, but it was great. How did you feel about today's session? Where will the fine folks find you next?
So I'm actually really glad that you said that Rowan surprised you, because Rowan surprises me. Every time
I got that
enter
feeling.
I'm like,
Yes,
I have no idea what I want. I want to do something.
You all play characters that surprise you. These are your characters, right? All of you are like, oh yeah, I didn't know what my character's going to say. I'm like, okay.
Because for instance, I knew I was going to talk to Tantan, but I had no idea what I wanted to say first. And when I went to Tyresh's room the first time, I was going to threaten him. So, yeah, lots of things changed in the interim, and I'm glad that they did. The reason why there are lots of things that I like about Rowan, but one of the things that I like is he's not a sorcerer who's good, who has a silver tongue. He's a con artist who just so happens to have a gun full of magic. So, I like leaning on the fact that even though everybody relies on a certain kind of conflict resolution, and it's good that the gun can do that, I really only have one skill. Which is even more hilarious when we consider that the dice didn't want me to use that skill.
Oh my God, I know. You did all this with the dice just constantly being like, no, like punching you in the face over and over again. The dice is amazing.
No, yeah, I think Roll20 is playing a trick on me. For Greg's edification, because on this channel earlier, a couple of days ago, we played a game of Neon Sundown for Speculate with the Strange Friends, where rolling low on a d6 was the goal, and every roll that I made was a 1. And now I think Roll20 is stuck that way and is torturing me. But yeah, I'm very I liked leaning into that grifter side of Rowan, and I like the idea that I think the thing that I like most about this, that I like discovering about Rowan the most in this session, was it's very hard to do this work by yourself, but he sees that work as every engagement that you have in the world is a long con with people who want you to not succeed. So this is just a heist crew that I'm trying to make sure works together, but the heist is not destroying the world.
Yeah.
And that I need to do whatever is necessary to ensure that that does not happen. So I liked leaning into what are the tools that I have that I can do the one thing that I'm good at, which is talking to people, and make sure that that materializes good benefits. And I'm glad that all of those things worked out in the way that they did, because this is actually a lot of fun, and the next time you see me, I'm gonna get shot to death. I have vitriolic spit.
I can fix that.
I mean, I will still die. You will bring me back, but I will have successfully died before that happens.
Well, I would rather.
So that's also gonna be fun. I'll try my best. I'll try my best, but you know me and large area of effect spells. So yeah, I am Brandon O'Brien. I'm a poet, writer, and game designer from Trinidad and Tobago, and my pronouns are he, him, or they, them. The next time you see me on the internet, I will be playing in another session of Power Rangers Arcanites over on the Initiative Order on Monday.
Yep.
That's gonna be wild. Suffice it to say that some ridiculous things have been happening in the last few days. I just learned that my character in the future meets another Power Ranger and sends him into the past to tell us that our Red Ranger has the potential to turn evil.
Outstanding.
I learned that 3 days after that same guy possesses leads to one of our other Rangers' love interest getting possessed. So that was fun. So yeah, Power Rangers Arcanites as well, and you should definitely check it out on the Initiative Order every other Monday. And the next time that you see me in the real world, I will be at Big Bad Con this upcoming weekend. It's going to be a lot of fun. I am playtesting the Grey Shade RPG. It'll be the first time that anyone gets to see what it looks like. So if you're gonna be in the area of Big Bad Con and you're free at 9 o'clock in the morning on Saturday, sadly.
Now I start to see.
Yeah, that's how that kind of materialized. But still, please do the thing.
Yeah,
oh my
no,
god,
for sure.
It's gonna be rad. I'm also going to be running a game of Hero Revolution, so I'm going to be taking this little guy with me, my Kamen Rider Forze plushie that
Very nice.
Iori Kusano sent me over the weekend. So if you want to engage in some
Rider, oh my god.
That may not be the only thing.
Kamen Rider shenanigans,
Yeah.
definitely check that out as well.
That may not be the only thing that is received that is related to this, since I have sent a certain thing to a mutual friend, you know?
Yes, I'm going to bring all of the power of space with me. It's going to be wild. So yeah, that's me this month. And then next month, if all goes well, I may be going to World Fantasy in Kansas City.
Oh, nice.
In late October. I've been told that Kansas City is weird because it's not in Kansas. Well, part of it is in Kansas and part of it is in Missouri.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm like, did the name, is it called Kansas City so Missouri could please Kansas, or so Kansas could convince Missouri that it really owns it? We're gonna find out when I get there. It's gonna be wild. So yeah, that's me. Thank you for enjoying all of Rowan's wildness this evening.
It's good stuff, Brandon, as always. And yes, I am excited for that. I'm also going to drop a line, by the way, to Zach and Johnny, who are both going to be there, and are both people that would
Zach
be...
is gonna be there.
Zach's going to be there.
KP is gonna be there.
Exactly. Zach, Johnny, and KP by themselves should do this. In fact, that would be a tremendous playtest group, now that I think of it. Anyway, I will ask them, because that would be super clutch. Okay.
I know Johnny will not be available because Johnny is running a game at that exact same time.
Oh,
we can see about everything else.
Okay, let me double check with Zach and KP. All right, anyway. But thanks, Brandon. Good stuff. I'm super excited for all that. Last and then long live Common Rider. Moving right along. Marie, Merime also had many wonderful moments here too. And obviously the most notable one that I think will stick in people's minds is the song, which was really lovely. Again, there is an element there of this is what you would expect from Merime, but because Merime herself has been... So they've had the sort of parallel tracks, right? There is the combat stuff, and there's the, flourishing, and I can do all this cool stuff. But there's also been the increasing focus on being in contact with the Kalashtar roots and the dreaming, and sort of recognizing that that has to be a part of Merime's story as well, not just sort of the most grounded stuff. But then on top of that, you have had, you went and got Tintin in the first place, but this felt more to me like you were really trying to sort of play to the bard portion of you, which is a person of inspiration, right? It's someone who's supposed to, just as the original people singing, telling the story of Beowulf in the Dark Ages, is trying to get people past another day where it was not a great time to be around. It was dark and things were bad, and these were stories of inspiration. So here you're trying to do something similar, and it was a really lovely moment that just had a really excellent sensory emphasis, I guess, which was contributed to by your own singing, despite your having a cold. So that was really good stuff, and is again going to, I think, there will be dividends paid, I think, in terms of how that affects the town. And remember, you've all been doing this now 10 levels, and you've been with Salvation for a number of those levels. This town feels very much infused with all of you at this point. I think that's been clear through the way they interact with you and the way you've interacted with them. So that was a very nice moment among several today, Marie. How did you feel about today's session? Where will the fine folks find you next?
I love today's session. It was fun to watch all the role play as well. And it was interesting to kind of see where Merime was at as well, because, there was the dream that she received about sky blues come true, and she received it in various different ways. And so for her, it's like, did I not pay enough attention? So I wasn't focused on the right things.
Yes.
Did I, so there's a lot like, so she was okay with taking more of a bit of a step back as she pondered all of this as well, and then kind of seeing her life. I don't think it's going to be interesting to see where she goes as a character, but right now she does feel a little bit disbalanced, like things that she'd taken not for granted, but decisions that she'd made don't necessarily seem like the same decisions that'll be able to propel her forward.
Yeah.
So how will she manage to kind of keep everything in her own mind in balance and embrace her heritage while moving forward in the path that she meant to do without getting lost in the dreams? And so she felt a little bit more pondering today, so giving back inspiration to the people of Salvation, which is one of her or quickly becoming one of her anchor points, helped her as well. So it was kind of a two-way road, and that was a lot of fun to just kind of sit back, not just because I was sick, but sit back and kind of watch Merime ponder that as well, and just be okay with, like, Nisiana's got this conversation, Rowan's got that, like, I am not needed here, there is somewhere else I am needed, and I will go find that place, and that was good. It was fun to play. I appreciated everyone's role play too. I did enjoy it. It's nice to be with players who can who know the lines drawn in the sand and who can dance on them so nicely. It was very well done to everyone.
I agree.
Yeah.
Where will the folks see you next?
So next, I will be here next Saturday at 4:30 for the Café Infernal.
Yes,
what
we are.
it's
That's that Cafe Infernal. Yes, we are. And This is a little bit of a sneak peek. We are announcing the
Oh.
names short. That's okay. That's all right. We are going to be announcing the full list of names for the Infernal Salon as part of our subathon chat shortly. But one of the people is going to be Marie. Is going to be one of the authors participating in this epic event that will redefine events of epicness in the 21st century. So I'm super excited for it. I'm really grateful that Marie's doing it. And yeah, so along. Like it's seriously an amazing group of people. Like not just Marie, everybody else there is amazing. So as you will see for yourselves next day. So yes, they will see you at that one.
It will be fun. So, anyways, be here. You'll see the full lineup soon. It's really cool. And I will be at KenCon in 3 weekends. And it's going to be exciting. I'm going to see Greg there.
Yep.
Yay!
I'm going to be there.
Yay. Yeah, so that should be fun. I am chair of the event, and things are progressing well. I am pleased to report nothing has so far exploded at all. So very excited. Yes. And Greg, if you were closer, you could come on the Saturday of Canadian Thanksgiving, which we call, Thanksgiving. But you could come on the Saturday of Thanksgiving because I'm getting the whole ConCom here and making them a giant turkey meal and making them build name badges. I
Man.
could make you work too and then feed you full of food and send you on your way in the night.
Listen, I mean that's
But-
you had me at turkey, but sadly probably can't make the and it would be suspicious. They're like, sir, why are you coming? Well, you come over the border once or twice a year to Canada. Why are you? Well, sir, I came to help a friend and eat some turkey. All right, sir, I'm gonna have to ask you to step outside the cut. Like that's how that story ends.
Those name badges and kits don't build themselves, my friend.
No, I
Get
know,
to work.
absolutely, I know. You're just gonna have to put Brandon, the other Brandon, in company, to work in this
Yes.
situation.
Oh, I will. And I do have one book out as well that's coming out on November 7th, although I am having a special launch at KenCon that everyone is invited to except Greg, because he has a panel at that time. So I'll put the chat. You can pre-order the ebook or the print book as well. But Greg, I am throwing a party at 8 o'clock for the ConCom, so do come to that. It
Okay.
will be fun.
That's which night? That's Friday.
That's a Saturday.
That's Saturday night. Okay.
Saturday, yeah, 7 p.m. is my book launch, and then at 8 p.m. I said I would host a party. I have figured out what that party is, so do come, enjoy the fun, and I will see you there.
That's going to be awesome. Thanks, Maria. I'm very excited for that, and I will see
Thank
you
you
next
all.
Saturday here. Always a pleasure. And last but certainly not least, Tren, again, Tanton was very much there was a little bit of the not center of
Asshole.
gravity, but
Oh.
what's that? No,
Asshole.
there was sort of the focal point on on what was sort of eating up Tanton and why is Tanton that. And I knew immediately upon the, that's when Nisiana set in on things that I was just like, well, this is part one of the multi-part convo that we've been hearing about, for months now was going to be coming down the pike. And it did not disappoint. I think also that one of the nice things about how you handled it was the, Nisiana said her piece, did what she needed to do. Tanton's reaction was not to just storm out and leave the town and run into the gray screaming, but to go outside, which would have been an interesting separate thing, but was to go outside and basically just sort of be like, I'm done with this crap, so I'm just going to sit in the road and be working on this. Especially because, and this was the surprise thing for me, I knew that part of it, I was fully aware, believe me, in full technicolor detail of how much Tanton hated Tyresh. But the sense of disrespect for a team member was fascinating to me as one element of this, and something that people might not have expected. They could have imagined the Tanton doesn't respect his total incompetence, and I'm sure that's true, but, Tanton doesn't, like many things. But the unforgivable thing here is the disrespect for people upon whom Tanton not only relies, but on some level cares for, that it matters to him. And that I thought was really, really fascinating, and leads to all kind of juicy stuff. And so you had a great interaction with Nisiana. Then you had a great interaction with Rowan. You had these multiple moments where people were able to step in and be like, and even, sort of good moments with Hilar, about, Hilar who's sort of, I think understands Tantin actually quite well, which is why why Halar doesn't lower the hammer repeatedly, because he knows sort of some of where this is coming from. And I love each of the members of the party sort of getting these sort of connections and interactions that allows, in the end, some of those bonds to be tested, to be stretched, to be torn, but to be repaired and healed and made stronger in other ways. And I loved seeing all of that while Tantin was also working on rebuilding Spanner, which is why the end point of Spanner actually coming to life was a nice little, set piece of something. I don't know how to describe it, but something that, even though it's a mechanical thing, there was something that was rebuilt as relationships were rebuilt a bit in this way, or reconstructed in a way. So I really loved the metaphor of all of that, and as always, Trent, was good work from you, RP wise. How did you feel about today's session? Where will the fine folks find you next, etc.?
We've already talked with several other people about how their characters surprised them, and this was the case for me as well today. Because when honestly, I was not expecting Nisiana to just come at Tantin like that, and I was like, what? Like, oh man, what am I supposed to do with this? And I was like, I wasn't okay.
You invited it.
I did,
Yeah.
and it still surprised me to see it come in. I was like, oh shit, what the hell did I? Oh, okay, yes. And so I'm like, how? And as she just kept going, and I was like, how am I going to react to this? How would Tantin react to this? Oh my God, how is Tantin going to react to this? And I hear him in the back of my head say, fuck this. And so I'm like, kind of, okay, I can work with that. And I'm like, all right. And so I'm like, as he's walking out the door, and I'm like, where are you going? Hey, you have to talk to me. You don't have to talk to them, but you have to talk to me. Where are you going? And he's like, I'm going to go find Spanner. I'm like, you have no idea where he is. He could be just, what are you doing? And he's like, I got a job to do. And I'm like, what job do you have? Oh, that's right. Alarian asked you to do this job. So you're going to do this and then decide whether you're going to stay with the group or not. And he's just like, I'm like, oh, great. Now you're not talking to me. I'm like, why does this happen with my own personalities? What the hell? And so, yeah, it was just, and then the conversation with Rowan, as it's coming up and everything. And I'm like, oh no, how okay. What am I going to say? And then, he disrespected somebody I care about. I'm like, oh shit. Where was that? Where the hell did that come from? Because it didn't occur to me until right as I was drawing breath to say it. And again, surprised me. I'm like, God, I love this game. I love this game so much. Oh my God, I love it. And then as Jen and I are talking back to her, and she's just waiting for the hammer to fall. And I'm sitting here thinking, it's not going to. I'm like, well, tell her that. I'm not going to start talking to myself again. Shut up, me. And so it's just like, just let it ride.
Oh my God, the value of the inner monologue.
Oh man. And then as we were telling Brandon after his talk with Tyresh, and you had stood up and leaned out of the frame, and I was saying when he started saying what he was saying to Tyresh, and I was like, somewhere in the Argonauts, Tantin throws up in the back of his mouth a little bit, and then that's not where he went with it. I'm like, oh my God.
Yeah.
Ooh. I'm like, I love this game. Oh my God, I love this group. I love everybody. It's just, it's so damn good. Where will people see me? I don't care. No, here. I'm too
with another group of awesome people.
Yes, another group of. It's like we have all of these amazing writers, and me. And then
who makes their work sound amazing in audio, right?
Absolutely.
And
then my book is coming up soon.
I know.
We should probably talk about that. Friend, I didn't know what the hell you're working on. I don't even know anymore.
You haven't talked to him about that?
There's a few things in. There's a trilogy of yours ahead of it.
Yeah, speaking about work that people have done, John.
Hey. Wait, what are you coming at me for?
No, I'm not coming to you. I have to come with somebody else.
That's why I was,
sir.
That's why after we finished and Arv let us go, I was going to tell John, hang on, I need to talk to you about something. That was part of it. But now he knows it's coming. So, oh well, whatever. So yes, Tuesday.
Well, I'm going to storm off too. So no,
yeah. Fine. And so Tuesday for this, and then probably on Saturday for hopefully more
Something.
of this.
Yep.
Arv, I don't know if you're going to be modding Starfield or if you have.
Yes, I have.
Or not. Okay. Please tell me one of those mods is the mod that adjusts your walk speed when you're supposed to follow an NPC.
No, I don't think I did that one.
You either walk too fast or you walk too slow.
That was not what I was expecting you were going to say. No,
Bethesda does that all the time.
Yeah.
There is a mod to fix it. So
I did a bunch of mods with like draw distance and things like this, like about 9 or 10 of them that were the highly recommended ones. But that's funny. I hadn't thought about that one.
Yeah.
I have not, however, found the turn all planets into Randy Macho Man Savage though. Until that happens.
You can turn Vasco into Thomas the Tank Engine.
Okay. Oh God. Anyway, before I go any further, I'm going to let these lovely people go. Wonderful work today from the Infinity and Beyond crew, as always. You may see 4 of these lovely people back. You'll definitely see Marie anyway. You may see 4 of these lovely people back next Saturday for some other Infinity and Beyond related stuff. Brandon is going to be at Big Bad Con, so will not be able to join us for that. So we haven't decided.
That means Rowan is getting beat up somewhere else on the Argonth for a day.
Right. So we return to see Rowan as like the figurehead of the Argonth, like in front. That's basically how that works.
That or he gets lost in the ship for like 24 hours. Like,
yeah, exactly.
Things down
it's
there
a big ship,
believe.
like exactly. The many mazes of Rowan, we'd call this sub episode. Anyway, we will see. But in the meantime, it was lovely. Also, good work out of chat today. Chat, can we get some love for the amazing members of the Infinity and Beyond crew? Trent Sparks, Marie Bilodeau, Brandon O'Brien, Jennifer Brozick, and John Helfers. Great job, folks. And I will see you folks soon, one way or the other. I'll have a message in the Discord to that effect. Thank you, everybody. Bye for now.
Bye.
All right. Lovely stuff. It is such a pleasure to be able to have an experienced group that knows and respects each other greatly, and thus is able to connect with each other and have those kinds of role play moments. And again, as I've said, I'm very lucky in that all of my groups are wonderful in their own ways. There's the wonderful enthusiasm and chemistry with the GOG crew and the Talisman Adventure crew, because 3 of the 4 of them are the same, but both Ananda and Undeveloped Bruce are great. And there's the sort of the world constructed and thus people willing to really inhabit a science fiction world that we get from the crew of Expedition for the Mysterious Peaks that we had last night. And then this crew that's able to do their own thing, Shire Adventures, of course, which has got the underpinning of Tolkien, and we have this sort of lighter tone of hobbits and halflings and our common love for Middle Earth. So it was great. I really feel blessed to have the players that I do in all of these encounters, and of course the Speculate crew that does all their amazing stuff where I'm lucky enough to be a player in those. So it's great. Love it. Wonderful. As always, you all know that D&D is my favorite game, and I love tabletop role-playing for exactly these sorts of reasons. And hopefully we're going to continue to build and grow, and more people will see just how awesome it all is. But that is going to do it for me for tonight. I want to thank you all for being here and for supporting this channel and for supporting this campaign as we move on. Again, day 43 of D&D with Infinity Beyond, but we're already at level 10, you all. I feel like we made good progress. We've been playing this campaign for something like 15 or 16 months. 10 levels in 16 months is pretty good speed, especially considering we only play twice a month. So I'm feeling pretty good about that. We've made some good progress, and the campaign is going to get crazy, especially as we get into the gray and all the stuff that's going to happen there. You will see it's going to be awesome. If you want to be a part of it and all the other things we do on this channel as it goes along, please follow the channel. Please check out our YouTube at !ArvTube and subscribe to us over there. Discord is !ArvCord. I know I'm excited for level 20, actually also Dragonspear, just to say that I've gotten people there. It's going to be amazing. Oh, well, listen, Zed Proxy, I'm glad that you were here, and definitely make sure, if you haven't followed already, please do so. Please, stop on by. We have a lot of good tabletop stuff here, and when we're not doing tabletop, we're doing amazing role play or other cool events, voiceover events and things like that. So please join us for all of that stuff. As I said, please make sure to check out our Discord, the !ArvCord, hang out with the Arvanauts in between streams. Social media, !Arv tweets and !Arv Sky for my Twitter and Blue Sky, respectively. Website for all this is arvanelleron.com. Financially, !Arv Shop is the merchandise area. That's where I got this shirt that has on the back can't quite see it. It's the best. The best bad idea we've ever had from the King's Citadel, and those are available in many different colors and stuff like that. So there's all that. You can do that and also support the channel. !Arv is the Patreon, which is sitting right over there. That's going to be one of the subjects of our subathon. We're going to be looking for Patreon pledges as well. I definitely have a goal of wanting to get that back over $200 during this subathon, and to get our numbers, the members, up over 20 is what I'd love. If we can get farther than that, I would take that too. I really want to build that Patreon up and our sub numbers up during the subathon. So cool stuff that you can get for yourself and cool stuff that you can get for the channel. So please jump on board with that when you can, and be aware that both subbing to the channel and supporting the Patreon, for subbing is actually cheaper this month because this is September. So Twitch will cover some of the cost if you're subbing for the first time, or if you are upping your sub from tier 1 to tier 2 or tier 2 to tier 3, or as of the 25th, if you are gifting a sub to someone else, that is also 25% off you. Twitch picks that up and I get the same amount, so it's really great for us, so for streamers. So please make sure to do that, because that will be really helpful, and that is the whole point of the subathon, which is starting on Friday. We're going to have tons of Starfield. We are also going to have the Infernal Salon. We are going to have as well some tabletop special event, although I don't know exactly what it is, but something. Well, tuna subs are good though, Dragon. That should be fine. So anyway, yes. So please support us that way. On the publishing, excuse me. On the publishing side, Icarus for my graphic novel from Athos Arts, Library for my Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, that's my 5e adventure and sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment, and Greyshade is my Greyshade universe that you heard about several times tonight. Greyshade and Renegade, the first two novels in the Grey Assassin trilogy, which are available now. You can order them right now. You can also order the audiobook from Trent Sparks, who you just heard from, of Greyshade. He did an amazing job on that. You can also pre-order the final book in the Grey Assassin trilogy called Heretic, which I'm working on now, and which will be out next year, and the tabletop role-playing game of Greyshade designed by Brandon O'Brien, who you just saw, and Brandon is going to be playtesting Greyshade at Big Bad Con, and so definitely, sign up for it. Sign up for that if you're going to be at Big Bad Con, because we'd love to see people playtesting it and getting a sneak peek on Greyshade, so that's going to be awesome. You should definitely check that out. That, again, is going to be happening this coming weekend at Big Bad Con, so it's going to be pretty cool. And you can find all of that stuff to pre-order at Greyshade. Lastly, as always, BLM, Black Lives Matter, important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. Help Now, which is the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Important to reach out to others when you need help and reach out to others when they need help as well. And Ukraine, Ukraine, to help the fine people of Ukraine as they fight back against an illegal and illegitimate war with bravery and courage, and send the message that we will stand with them in the future as well, when those circumstances arise in other related conditions. Now, we are, I think, let me just double check here. Yes, I think we are. So we are going to do a raid today, I think. And the way raid works is very simple. If you are not a sub, you're going to do this, which is just the Arvanauts have landed, followed by Twitch raid. But if you are a sub, you can do this, the Arvanauts have landed, and then Arvany Hype, and we've got a bunch more than I have here. Arvany Roar, Arvany Hype, Arvany Witch, Arvany Woe, Arvany Smug, Arvany Love, Arvany Blown, Arvany Fail, Arvany Ha, Arvany Sing, Arvany Crit Hit, Arvany Crit Got Good, all Arvany Crit Fail. There's all kinds of Arvanies that you would definitely want to put in there when you were brought over auto-magically to the place that we are going to be raiding. I want to thank my amazing mods, Dragonspear, Drew the Damager, Prince Justin, Shadowed Mage, The Rising Tides, Triffity Mats, all the best mods in the business, as I have said many times. And thank you again to my Patreon supporters and subscribers, Dragon Drew, Prince Justin, Shadow Mage, Rising Tides, Triffid, Crit Twitch, and Trendane. Good to see all of you there. Thank you to my wonderful viewers, Seven Bivalet, H. Fides, Business Daddy, Defective Automaton, Hugo Z. Hackenbush, Jagtris Live Suing, Lotwook, Mark Zinnick, Radio Johnny Panda, Spofo, Startup Tim. I haven't seen Startup Tim in a long time. What's up, Startup Tim? Yadasak and Zed Proxy. Thank you, everybody, and special thanks tonight to the wonderful Infinity and Beyond crew of Tren, of Marie, of Brandon, of Jen, and of John. Thank you all for being amazing players and all that kind of good stuff. Please stick around for the raid, and I will see you lovely people back here on Tuesday. Actually, I'll be over on GogCom's Twitch channel for Pen and Pixels at noon Eastern first for Solasta Palace of Ice, and then back on this channel at 4 p.m. Eastern for Shire Adventures, and then Friday of next week, it is the Subathon at noon Eastern, so I'm super excited for that, and so mark your calendars. But I will see you folks coming up on Tuesday. Stick around now for the raid, and I'll see you folks down the line. Everyone, please be good to each other, and bye for now.
Salvation, on the edge of the gray. Sharn, city of towers. And the link between them? The King's Citadel. The ones who do the job no one else can do. Ilarion, the shield. A star-forged Aegis who's lived a long time, who's seen peace and war, and will do whatever it takes to keep the first from falling into the second. Merame, the sword, a Kalashtar bard whose dreams prophesy uncertain ends, but the wisdom of whose counsel and love for her sister are unquestionable. Tantin, the brain, a dragon-marked human artificer whose jovial demeanor conceals deep curiosity and razor-sharp intellect, sharp enough to cut down the Citadel's enemies. Nisiana, the heart, a dragon-marked halfling healer whose love for her sister is matched only by her desire to help and heal the members of the Citadel, no matter the cost. Rowan Shallow, the wild card. For most of his life, he's played a dangerous game. When the chips are down, will he fold or go all in to save his friends? They found an artifact so powerful it could undo the fragile peace between nations, the Oracle of War, which gives anyone who owns it the knowledge they need to win any battle, and which, in speaking lines from the ancient draconic prophecy, could predict all of Eberron's future. They traveled to Sharn, city of towers, where experts like the Gynosphinx Flamewind began to unravel the Oracle's mysteries as the King's Citadel thwarted assassination attempts from the Emerald Claw, and the nation of Thrain tracked down the daring thief Sky Blue and defeated the salvage broker and claw operative Erulin Karnak. Apparently. But there can be no rest while the dogs of war howl. And despite the Citadel's best efforts, Thrain and Brayland have inched ever closer to all-out conflict, just as the Oracle predicted. Now the adventurers must return to Salvation, to find the secrets of the Oracle of War before it's too late. But how have things changed since they left? And will those who've sworn to die before they give up their freedom, the servants of the enigmatic Lord of Blades, threaten Salvation's uneasy peace? They've survived the Grey, saved Salvation, and navigated the intrigue and deception of Sharn. But can they stop a war? Only if they remember that in the end, all they have is each other and the King's Citadel. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Corvair. Welcome back to Salvation.